Alright, my name is Ethereal. This is going to be my first video, and I will be streaming this on Twitch as well as uploading it to YouTube. I'm going to react to the Civil War in America with Tim Pool. This is by Triggernometry. I've never seen anything from Triggernometry, but I've heard good things about them, and I know a little bit about Tim Pool, but I don't watch him too much. I figured this would be a fun video to start with, and we'll see how it goes.
What do you make of where we are at the moment? What's your take?
Do I have to say it? Civil War! We're tracking over the past several years that we are in a period of civil strife. Civil strife is defined academically as 70 or more political deaths per year. We have 30 in the first few months. In times of war, a wartime president makes difficult decisions which are outside what our principles purport to be.
But we're not in a time of war.
And it's also as well, Tim. No, we're not.
What I'm saying is you're extending the definition of war, wartime, and emergency in order to suit your agenda, is what it sounds like.
You are incorrect.
No, there's something brewing, right? You have to take into account what is going on and how the rules are, and the rules for this current situation that we've been in for years. It's not anything that happened just now. It is something that is different. So maybe not in the definitions that they're saying. We'll see what they talk about, but maybe not in the definitions that they're talking about with civil war exactly, right? Not guns drawn, but it's definitely something, and it's something that's different than just civil unrest. Civil unrest would be protests and riots, and we've technically had those. So we could still be in a civil unrest period, but it feels different. It feels more political and more upfront than anything else. And I don't think that civil war would have to be weapons. It could just be a battle of ideology, right? So if someone's trying to overtake your ideology, that is a war to an extent. And if the American ideology is what's being attacked, then yeah, it technically is. But we'll see what they have to say.
Tim Pool, welcome to Triggernometry.
Thanks for having me. It's an honor and a privilege.
It's great to have you on, man. It's an interesting time with a lot going on. You know, people are burning Teslas down, all kinds of crazy shit is going on. What do you make of where we are at the moment? What's your take?
Do I have to say it?
I mean, that's the point of the show.
Civil War!
Oh, you love that shit. This is one of the things
I don't love it. I just think I'm reading and paying attention and studying. And I don't even go as far as, are you familiar with Rudyard Lynch?
No.
He's got a big YouTube channel, What If Alt History. He's a very smart guy. He seems a little bit autistic. I think he said that. And he predicted 1,000 people would be dead from the point of the election to the beginning of April. And we had him on my show, and I said, that's not going to happen. I think we're at like 30 deaths, politically motivated, since the election. And there's wild stories, like a guy killed his family, and he was screaming about Trump or something like that. He thought 1,000 people. He's done a bunch of he's done many videos breaking down various civil wars, periods of tumult. It's not that he's hyper focused on conflict. It's that what we are seeing in the United States tracks alongside in very similar ways what happened to a lot of other countries pre-revolution, pre-civil war, or even international conflict.
What do you mean by that? Like, what do you see? What are the markers that make you think that that's the path that America's on?
So when it comes to me saying civil war, and I do so quite a bit, I don't do so the most, but I have a high profile show, so people tend to equate it to me. My analysis is actually just, I read news stories and then I agree or disagree.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I do. And there's a lot of people that do that, I think. But I wonder how diverse most people's look into that is. I know he probably looks at a lot of things. I've watched the show a couple times, and I think that he would be looking at both sides. There's a lot of people that do not. They look at one or the other. I think that finding the central focal point is definitely the best. And if there are any technical difficulties with noise and sounds, and if my volume isn't right or anything, I can fix that later. As of right now, just trying to get everything out. And the format will probably change more. I might involve chat more often. Right now, I'm not paying attention to chat because this is my first stream, so there will be 0 people in the chat. And if there are people in the chat, you're welcome to talk. But let's get back.
So 8 years ago, there was an article in the Atlantic that asked a bunch of national security experts and intelligence individuals what the likelihood of a civil war in the United States would be, and the consensus I think was 30% in the next 10 years, but some individuals said over 90. So the view among academics is the precursor to civil war a period is known as a civil strife period. Civil strife doesn't always lead to civil war. The American Civil Rights Movement in the 1950s was a period of civil strife, not civil unrest. Civil strife is defined academically as 70 or more political deaths per year. We have 30 in the first few months. Depending on how you want to define it, you could argue a little bit more, a little bit less. We're tracking over the past several years that we are in a period of civil strife. I counter that with we have a denser population. Denser population means a higher hard number, but less per capita. So I don't know if that will be perfect. But a few things to consider. Back when Trump got elected, we were dealing with a bifurcation in American culture starting probably at the end of the 2000s with the emergence of new media. It was apparent to people who were born on the internet, who grew up on the internet, and the people who lived in the mainstream corporate press world. I had been saying since back then, we are seeing a divergent reality. Scott Adams articulated it much better than I with one screen, 2 films. So now the markers are obviously political violence in the street, advocacy for extreme violence and terror in the press among a prominent faction, and administrative civil war, as Eric Weinstein called it. All of these things have basically shown that the dam that is holding back the floods of conflict are on the verge of exploding. So if we go back to Donald Trump's first term, you had the street level violence with Antifa. If any conservative or pro-Trump group tried organizing, they were brutalized in the street. There was no inverse of this until the emergence of the Proud Boys. Famously in Berkeley, a free speech rally was held, advocating for the right to speak up in public. What happened? Far leftists, many aligned with Antifa as their banner or whatever, showed up through explosives. I mean, this is 2017 or 18. They're throwing explosives at elderly women. I was there. There's a 60, 70-year-old woman waving a little flag, and I've got the video on my YouTube channel. Someone threw an M80 at her, it explodes, and she falls over, and the crowd's screaming. One guy came with a bike lock, a U-lock, and he bashed several people over the head with it. These were not conservatives doing this. That level of street violence ends up with Donald Trump. He's accused of being a Russian spy, literally, targeted by elements of our own intelligence agencies. So you have prominent media personalities defending the violence in the streets. You have violence in the streets, and you have the administrative state targeting the president at the time. Those things were all still very much on the lighter end, but bubbling up. So at the time, we saw several articles. There's a Princeton professor, there's a CIA analyst, there's Stephen Marsh, who's a journalist and researcher, more of a liberal persuasion, and you had this article in the Atlantic and a bunch of ancillary articles that emerged outside of it, asking the question of, is this how civil war starts? Nobody wants to believe it. Nobody wants to pay attention. And so at the time, I had been saying to people, guys, do you think there's any veracity to this? I was part of a chat group with a bunch of different journalists in DC, and they all mocked the idea and said, don't be stupid. People fighting the street all the time. There's protests all the time. And I said, yes, but it's the presidency. They were accusing the president of being a spy for a foreign government, effectively a traitor. That's the penalty of which is death. Like, this is a crazy thing to attack a president with. And
yeah, it's kind of treasonous. And a lot of these things that he's talking about too, these riots and stuff, like, these are not things that you should just take lightly. I don't understand why people would want to take that lightly. It's not that anybody wants a civil war, but if the way the civil war is being fought is different, then you have to take that into account. So maybe we can't call it a civil war, but it definitely is going to be classified as something else. And he also said civil strife before, so I don't know what that is exactly, aside from civil unrest. I don't know if it's the same thing or not.
And most people poo-pooed the idea. Think about how far we've gone since 2017, 2018 to where we are now. So a few examples. The first thing I want to say is the American Civil War started with the Battle of Fort Sumter in South Carolina. Several states, 7, seceded from the Union before Abraham Lincoln was inaugurated as president. He won the election. 7 states, slave states, said, this man is going to abolish slavery, which will damage our economy, and we have a right to own slaves, blah, blah, blah. So we are seceding now. Abraham Lincoln didn't obviously want the Union to break apart. So they tried to maintain federal military bases in Southern Territory. Notably in South Carolina, there's Fort Sumter. The Union occupied it. South Carolina said, we are no longer part of your Union. Take your troops and go. The North said, no, we won't do that. So the South shows up with a bunch of ships. It's considered the first battle of the Civil War, despite the fact that no one killed each other. One guy died. It was an accident. Historically, we say Civil War began on that day. However, at the time, nobody thought a Civil War had started. So when the first Battle of Manassas occurred, which is actually just a dozen or so miles from where we're sitting today.
And this is exactly what it is. History books will always they'll always alter things. So even if you have a definition that states that it needs to take place after something significant happens, history will always dictate when it actually started, because you can't always see those keys. Like right now, we can't always see everything that would then classify it as a civil war. We can't see it. Later on, they'll be able to say it, and you have to act before to prepare for it, right? Otherwise, you get caught off guard. So, yeah, what he's saying makes sense.
Thanks for doxing us.
I don't know if you know that you're in Washington, D.C.
It's a joke.
Yeah.
It's a joke.
You had Confederate forces amassing on the South, and then you had Union forces amassing on the North, and people picnicked. They showed up to enjoy the show with a nice picnic and laugh about how there's no Civil War and it can't happen. And then it was a massacre. And the historical depiction of what occurred as people are running around freaking out, civilians are getting their heads blown off because people were standing on a hillside as the war was erupting in full swing. Interestingly, the Confederacy won the Battle of Bull Run, and if they had marched on D.C., the war would have been over and the Confederacy would have won. But this is a really good example because anybody listening right now can go and read Fort Sumter started the Civil War, and then no one believed it. So the question is, are we in it now and we just don't believe it? I can't believe that after all of this time, with the escalation of administrative conflict, 2 assassination attempts on Donald Trump, an attempt by one political faction to put him in prison, impeach him, and the fact that in multiple jurisdictions, they have criminally charged Trump's lawyers, which is so far beyond what the Constitution allows. And they argue they're justified in doing so, but it's ludicrous. No one on the right has exercised power to that degree in any way. Trump's not invoked the Insurrection Act in his first term to stop the riots. Trump didn't order federal authorities to go round up these far-left extremists. Trump didn't order U.S. attorneys during his first term to start arresting lawyers and journalists or anything like this. When Trump gets out of office, they continue to pursue him, accuse him of insurrection, lie about what happened on January 6th, and then started criminally charging his lawyers, notably Jenna Ellis, who I'm not a big fan of. She cried on camera saying, I'm so sorry for working with Donald Trump. Mm-hmm. She's just a lawyer. What was she accused of? She drafted letters for the president, which is a legally, constitutionally protected service. You can't criminally charge lawyers. Everyone's entitled to have a lawyer. They did in Georgia. And they tried to put her in prison for decades under RICO charges, claiming that because she represented Trump, she was involved in a criminal conspiracy. So when you get to that level of...
I didn't even hear about that, but that's pretty crazy. See, things like this, little things like that, they start adding up. And you definitely have to be aware. You have to be aware of everything nowadays. And you have to understand that tactics change, right? It can't be the same tactics over and over. So these things have to be, you have to keep an eye on it.
We will burn you to the ground if you, we're going to take your lawyers away from you. We're going to put your legal team, your supporters, Giuliani, Manafort. I mean, this has been going on for nearly a decade. So the period before the American Civil War is called Bleeding Kansas. 7 years of bloody conflict in the territory of Kansas as people fought over whether it would be a slave state or a free state. There was administrative conflict in the non-warring territories. It wasn't a civil war, but people have been talking about it for a long time. You end up getting the famous caning in Congress, where I believe it was a Southerner caned a Northerner. I think it was a Northern Republican was beaten and got a TBI. It's nuts. So that violence had existed. Today, we've evolved from the far left shows up and beats the crap out of right wingers to the far left rampages around the country in mass rioting, firebomb. Can I just say this? May 29th, 2020, far left for extremists to the tune of about 1,000 showed up in front of the White House throwing firebombs. They firebombed the White House grounds. They firebombed St. John's Church. They injured over 100 law enforcement officers, ripped the barricades down. And then Trump and Bill Barr sent in police to break it up. Had they not done that, far leftists would have stormed the White House. But Trump said, we're not going to let him do it. The next day, they insulted Trump in the media. They called him Bunker Boy because he was forced to flee to an emergency bunker. Now I'd just like to play this game. Every step of the way we've had this conversation on, is the United States moving towards civil war? I don't know that it is. I'm just some guy who reads the news. I've asked people this question. If we went back, insert any number of years, and told someone what we are seeing today would happen, would they believe you? The answer is no. If I went back to 2016 and said 4 years from now, we will see the worst riots in this country in 50 years with 30 plus deaths, 1,000 plus people in DC will firebomb the White House and St. John's Church across the street, forcing the president to flee to an underground bunker with the security personnel, they would have laughed in my face. And I know this because they did. In 2018, when the stories were bubbling up, the response I got from the journalists in DC, not that I was saying, it's civil war is coming, oh my God. I said, do you guys think these articles are legit? There's a Princeton professor saying it's coming. They'd say, it'll never happen. It's impossible. The security state wouldn't allow it. Ryan Long, comedian, comes on my show in 2020.
Well, you know what else they said was impossible is that we could be infiltrated inside of our government. But it looks like it's already happened, right? So if that's already happened, then a civil war would be imminent. We just don't know when exactly, right? So yeah, to have a coup in America sounds kind of strange. It sounds like a weird topic. Sounds like something that would be fake. But if this is what's happening, that's what will need to happen. Just hopefully it doesn't get to be a violent thing. Hopefully it's just can literally be civil, right? If it can be civil and it can be talked out, it would be best. But we'll see.
And we talked about some of the latest updates and what was going on. I mean, we had the Summer of Love riots, and we discussed civil war. He comes on my show a year later, and I view this as a gotcha. Though Ryan's a friend, he's we think he's great. So we're hanging out before the show. He's talking to me, and everything's fine. And then right when the show starts, he pulls a gotcha where he goes, "Where's the Civil War, Tim? Last time I was here, you told me there was going to be a civil war, and I left kind of freaking out." And I went, on January 6, 2021, 1,000 Donald Trump supporters stormed the Capitol of the United States, smashing windows and climbing through the building, disrupting the electoral vote count. Many other people on the other side of the building walked in as the doors were opened. They called that an insurrection. And he went, "Oh." I'm like, right. The left right now is arguing that Donald Trump tried to overthrow this country with a violent coup of his supporters that he called for. Now, I certainly believe that it was largely just a riot at a government building, which was extremely bad. There was no real functional plan that Trump or anybody had to remove the government.
Yeah, it wasn't an attempt to seize power.
Right, it's silly.
But you don't. Well, silly, I think, is probably understating the case. It was not a good thing to happen.
I'm saying
Yeah, I mean, it's mislabeled, right? So if something like that is being mislabeled, then to mislabel even the term civil war, to mislabel that would also be something that would be mislabeled or said that it would be mislabeled, right? It'd be like, well, there is no civil war because all of these other things. But if you're also manipulating the terms for this other stuff, this insurrection was not an insurrection, but it's being classified as that. So then is it a civil war even though it's not a civil war? I guess that would be the question.
the argument that Trump organized a military takeover with no weapons is silly.
That idea is silly. it was not a good thing to happen, as you say.
It was one of the darkest days of this country in modern history.
Right.
And I've routinely called for those that rioted to go to prison. I just think that 4 years in prison for a riot's probably good enough, and now we can bring some of these people home.
Tim, you've outlined your case, and it's very persuasive. I would argue that you're missing a crucial and fundamental part, which is COVID. COVID essentially locking people down, putting them in their houses for X amount of months, watching their businesses go to the wall, become incredibly frustrated and angry, deservedly so. Spend all day, every day, mainlining social media into your...
To tell you the truth, I think the COVID was actually something that made it more apparent, right? The fact that there was that much force to have everybody worldwide stay inside and say that it was only going to be for a week, then 2 weeks, then a month, then 3 months, then, this is a show of power that's never been seen. And this was worldwide. It was a global stance. So, if anything, it's more eye-opening. I don't know, but we'll see what he has to say.
Your eyeballs is enough to send anyone a little bit loopy, me and all of us here included.
And I think what ends up happening with COVID is more people plugged in to the political entertainment element.
Yes.
You're locked in your house, and what happens? We saw podcast numbers through the roof. I mean, it was nuts. My channels were getting a combined 150 million views per month. Arguably one of the biggest. It's not a single show. It was like a series of clips on YouTube plus 2 podcasts.
Yeah.
So what happens is people with nothing to do, they turn to YouTube, they turn to social media. Their life is being destroyed specifically by a political environment. So a large portion turn to a political entertainment. Those people have maintained that. COVID exacerbated the problem.
Yeah.
It enraged people and it activated people. So people who normally wouldn't pay attention, all of a sudden now are wired into politics. This is why Donald Trump did not win in 2020. So I told Steve Bannon this. A friend of mine, that I've known since I was a kid, couldn't tell you what Supreme Court justice meant. He would think it's some kind of term for accountability. He wouldn't realize you're talking about people. He filmed himself carrying a mail-in ballot with his phone, filming it as he walked to the mailbox and said, "I'm doing my part. Are you?" And he put his mail-in ballot in. And as soon as I saw that, I said, Trump lost. I was telling my friends, I was like, yo, when you get homie who doesn't know left from right in politics or up from down, and he's filming himself doing this, I was like, I don't know how Trump wins. And the problems of COVID were largely viewed as Trump's fault because most people don't pay attention to the nuances of what was going on. And look, let's be real, Trump was president. What I see now, when people say, it's remarkable, I had this conversation with someone recently, they said, it's not going to happen, there's not going to be a civil war. And I'm like, my dude, have you not seen enough over the past 8 years to consider perhaps reading about the Spanish Civil War, the Russian Revolution, the American Civil War, and to consider maybe you're right, it won't happen, but there's a strong probability, I'm not saying more than 50%, that it can. For instance, today we're not dealing with wanton violence through the streets. We're dealing with around 20 direct swattings targeting individuals. This is now an effort of largely leftist individuals now terrorizing the right intentionally, where in 2020 it was anger and street violence and firearms.
Just for people who are not clued in, the swatting is when someone calls up the police and says, there's an emergency happening at this house. The SWAT team arrives, kicks down the door potentially, etc. And it's an attempt, A, to make that person potentially get killed by the SWAT team, or to make them feel very unsafe, and probably both, or to create a situation, as you explained before, we started, whereby the police stop coming, and then that person is actually unsafe because their house can be...
So a lot of people need to understand.
Yeah, swatting should be outlawed. I don't even know how you would do that. Because if somebody did call in something that was legitimate, then you have to act fast. But it is kind of ridiculous, especially if it happens more than one time. I think Tim Pool himself actually got swatted. So, if I remember correctly, it happened multiple times. So you would think that the first time, if it was a false flag, you would maybe you would go at it and approach it differently. But who knows? I don't know the exact details of what happened.
We get swatted all the time, nonstop. famously, we had this one year where we got swatted 15 times, and we were
There you
tracking
go.
them because they were minor disruptions. The first one disrupted the show. We had to get up and leave. After that, we conferred with security, and usually it was fine. There was one credible bomb threat. We had the bomb squad come out twice. I'm not going to explain the tactics they use to force this to happen, but you can. It's relatively easy for these people who know how to do it. We still get swatted, but we've mitigated it. So now we don't just there's no reason to talk about it. It doesn't affect us anymore. One of the reasons they do it is also to strain resources. So when Owen Schroyer of InfoWars is forced to walk out of his house backwards, they wake him up in the middle of the night. He's tired. It's harder for him to work. They have to spend money on security. They have to now allocate a portion of their time. You do that to enough people, you can create friction for your political opponents. So it causes economic damage. It causes chaos. It's in terms of warfare, swatting is a masterfully powerful tactic.
Which makes more sense, right? So this war is not one with bullets. It is one with psychological warfare, which makes a lot of sense. And InfoWars, actually, to make more sense. It's literally a war of information, which is why you would use words like an insurgence and words that are not what they are to confuse people and to make people that are not informed scared, right? So the best way to control people is through fear. And if they fear something that they don't know, then that's already going to be scary. But if they educate themselves, then it won't be as scary, right? And they would be able to see that what's being told is false. But I don't think that most people will go to that length to become educated in that. I think the easiest way to do this would be to start informing people of psychology really quick. Psychology is the answer to almost everything. If everybody was well informed of psychology, there would be very few issues that we have to worry about in this world. And that's something that I'm a very big proponent of. And I don't know how to actually do that. I don't think that you can actually incorporate psychology into just basic school, but it should be. It's something that we really need to understand more, and especially now, current day, we have so much mental health awareness, and it kind of most of that isn't necessary, right? If people understood themselves more, then those things wouldn't happen as much. And if we had natural remedies instead of having to worry about pharmaceutical companies and the issues that those drugs end up creating, then things could be a lot easier. And I think that understanding mental health and mental acuity rather is something that's very detrimental to society. And I think that people understanding the way psychology works and the way our brains work is going to be a massive change, and it's going to be necessary too. And within the next 5 years, with the way that AI is changing and the way that the world will change in 5 years, we're going to need the most intellectual group of people that we've ever had. So we'll have to definitely prepare. That's for sure.
It's demoralization, effectively.
But it also sows chaos in the community,
Yeah.
and it makes it easier for the far left to engage in street violence.
Let's be honest, this economy's been brutal. Mortgage, childcare, energy bills, and for a lot of homeowners, credit cards have become the fallback. But with interest rates, us incomes since they don't have could save and Sarix, A.next, take your argument 5350. Well, I wanted to take your argument through. I think you're making some really interesting points, and people can agree or disagree or whatever, but I just want to explore your argument. And the one thing that, as you're talking, it's actually Franz and I were walking around yesterday, and the one thing that we notice, and we come to the US regularly, but we don't live here. And that can be an interesting perspective because you're coming a couple of times a year, you're seeing how things are evolving, you've got an outsider perspective. The one thing I said to him yesterday, I was walking around, is there is a hell of a lot of latent anger in America. Like you just
Hmm.
observe a normal interaction.
That's actually true. Yeah, everybody seems to be angry. Everybody seems to be angry because they don't actually understand what's going on. So this would be more of an education problem. And if it is psychological and if it is people messing with definitions and terms, it's going to confuse even people that are aware of it. This is why I think Tim Pool is aware because he's keeping an eye on this stuff. But somebody that's just going to work, they have a normal 9 to 5, they're not going to keep up with every little thing. So it's going to become more of a frustration than anything. And especially if you're speaking on things that, even if they keep up with their side, let's say that they are left or right, whatever, and they keep up with that information, they're not going to know all these terms. You know, a lot of the time, if somebody throws uh, large terms your way, if you don't know much about it, you'll just listen to them and just kind of agree. And if they teach you something, because of, let's say you never even knew what that word was, and they teach you what it is, but they teach you incorrectly, it's going to be harder to unlearn that term. So right now, we see a lot of people debating online. We see a lot of this dunking culture nowadays, and a lot of that is people just. I mean, it's not good. It's not a good way to debate. I don't believe. I think discussion is much better, and understanding um, just something that is correct or a better way or a better method. Finding solutions is much more of a better way. But this dunking culture is definitely, it's good for clicks. It's good for um, everything. So I understand why people do it. Even Ben Shapiro does it, and you would think that he wouldn't do that. Being a lawyer and everything, you would think that he wouldn't do that kind of stuff. But in any case,
Interaction between people where someone cuts someone up in traffic, or a cyclist and and a guy driving a car get into, and it's always like, "F you, buddy," like
Yeah.
that, like that. But I assumed that is just like this is how American culture is versus the Brits. We're more polite. We'll call you a head behind your back, but we
And
won't
then we'll
say,
get the knife out.
and then we'll get the knife out.
yeah, they'll get the knife out. And right now, they have more of a reason to be upset than we do. I think England is in a way worse state than America is. Um, they've already given up their right for guns, as he just said, get the knife out. Can't even get a gun out. You know, you've already given away those rights, and now you have an immigration problem that's even worse than ours, even dreamed of being. And you can't do anything about it. You can't even bring awareness at this point. I think that they would have to do exactly what Trump is doing, but I think they're too scared to do that. They're scared. They're too scared to change anything. Um, that's kind of sad. I feel sorry for England right now.
Right. And we'll report you to the police for your tweets. Like that's our approach. And I just assumed that you guys, you know, frontier culture, blah 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 blah. Or do you feel that that latent anger is getting more intense?
It's way more intense. I intentionally drove my Cybertruck here. You know, maybe I shouldn't say intentionally, but like it's my Cybertruck. I'm not gonna not take. I have 3 Teslas, and so I said, take the truck. I have my crew with me. They're my friends, but it's also, you know, for security reasons. And we didn't hire armed guards this time, but I was considering bringing one of our guys who's allowed to legally carry in DC. On the way here, it looked like a lady was trying to run us off the road. I say that lightly because sometimes people are bad drivers. But there was a woman who got within inches of the car and held the position while staring at us the whole time. And we're just looking like, what do we do? Do we like, this is crazy. My buddy was freaking out. He was like, dude, she's staring us down, and she like got on the line next to the truck within inches. And I was like, maybe we should get over. And then she held that. Maybe sometimes people are bad drivers. Maybe, you know.
All right. Well, let's just agree that we agree that there's a lot of latent anger.
Well, I'll add one thing.
Yeah.
As we were parking, people are staring at us, and one guy spit at us.
Yeah.
Some woman was shaking her head at us. Bro, some guy spit at us. Like he looked at us and he spit at the car, and a woman pointed at us. He looked and they spit at us.
You are a
This is so weird. This is just weird that people are upset at Tesla drivers. They had nothing to do with Elon Musk's opinions or his actions. It's kind of weird to go after the people that are buying something that's a product of someone that you don't like. It's the strangest tactic. But then again, this is also part of the whole, uh, I guess, mind virus that is the woke culture, right? So if this is tied to that, um, people are just getting mad for no reason. They're getting mad for no reason, and they're taking it out in uh, very childish ways. If anything, I could see boycotting Tesla if you just didn't like the actions of Trump. I could see that. If that was your stance, then at least do that because your money does talk, right? So if you don't want to buy Tesla, if you don't want to support it, if you don't want to support anything that Elon Musk does, then that's fine. But it's kind of weird to take it out on the people that are doing that when it's short-sighted.
very well-known person in America who a lot of people don't like.
They can't see me in the car.
Okay, well, and we are in a very particular moment with the whole Tesla thing, right? But I guess what I was curious about is, like, we had Charlemagne on the show earlier. We talked to Andrew Schultz as well, and they both made an interesting point, I thought. And this comes back to the fact that you used to cover, your career, from what I understand, really started by covering the Occupy Wall Street movement. Yeah. Right? Started in a big way. And what they were saying is, I think most people underestimate the impact of income and wealth inequality in this country on the way people feel, in that it is getting really expensive. Life is getting a lot harder. The American dream is becoming much more of a dream than a reality for many, many, many people. I think I remember I was talking to Chris Williamson about this, and he made the point that the average American has like less than $800 in savings. They're constantly on the verge of bankruptcy. One health issue, they're going to be screwed. That anger that you're talking about, do you think it comes from that reality, or do you think there's something else going on?
I would say it technically does. It's the perception of the wealth inequality. It's the perception of the American dream. The American dream still exists. It always has. The American dream was never that you were going to get a 4-year degree and then make hundreds of thousands of dollars and go on vacation. The American dream was that you could move here from the Philippines, live in a 1-bedroom apartment with your 3 kids and wife, sharing literally just the one room. You would work 16-hour shifts every single day, but your children would advance upward in class. Whereas the home country you came from, you couldn't do that. It was a country where a kid from the inner city with not even 2 nickels to rub together could look the president in the eye and say, "Go f yourself, Mr. President," and nothing could be done about it. The American dream very, very much is still there, but the perception of it is going away, largely because of our cultural failings. This all ties back to the emergence of social media, the exploitation of algorithms, and the perception that was created among the younger generation that America sucks, when in fact it doesn't. These people have never been.
Yeah, the degradation of patriotism, essentially, and that happened a long time ago. So that is something that we need to get back. And with Trump in office and doing the things that he's doing, hopefully he ends up doing even more. The stuff that he did in Saudi Arabia right now was really good. And just if he can keep that up, and if we can get people in office that are actually going to make change, we could get patriotism back in America. Right now, it's at an all-time low, and I think that we'll have to do it for another 20 years. It'll have to be another 20-year continual cycle of just people with this mindset, with the mindset of patriotism, to bring back the original views of what America was. And I think that with that in mind, in 20 years, you could see, depending on how hard it goes, right? Depending on how many people are really into it, and depending on what AI does within the next 5 years or so, since the world's going to shift extremely within the next 5 years, I still think. And if that happens, you could potentially see a utopian society. emerge. And I know that sounds fake, but a utopian society, at least in principle, right? I mean, technically, America being a melting pot, if that was the original goal, would have potentially been as best it can. Doesn't mean that it will be an exact utopian, but it's close to it. And I'm from Houston, so Houston is the most diverse place, and so I think that that's definitely doable. It's definitely doable. It's going to take some time and some work, but um, it could definitely be achieved.
In other countries, they don't understand what it's like. And so they live in this country where they perceive everything through the lens of a largely leftist hatred algorithm, which was intended to make money. And now they think everything's bad. They think it's getting worse. They blame the wealthy for their problems. They don't realize these class mobility and opportunity doesn't exist in other countries. That being said, it's not made better by our economic crises with the food shortages, egg prices, gas prices. That certainly plays a large role.
Property prices as well.
Well, this is what I'm going to say. I'm not an American, so I'm just exploring the argument.
Yeah, inflation in general, right? Inflation in general does affect it.
And you push back on this, but I would imagine a part of the American dream is not just that your kids would do better, which, by the way, they're probably not going to, both in this country and in our country, right? That sense of the next generation, like only 30% of Americans, according to the latest poll, think that their children would do better.
But a Filipino family's children?
So here's what I'm saying, right? But I think there is also a real material dimension to it, which is it's not just about your kids doing better. There are certain markers that people would think are signifiers of them doing better, which is they own their own house, right? Which means that they can pass wealth down to the next generation. And they have the opportunity basically to have kids, right? That is unavailable to a lot of people for purely financial reasons.
I disagree.
It's not only that, it's just people are having less kids in general. And population is going to be taking a hit because of that. When you have this type of situation that's been going on, there's less and less people that want to have children because of what they see and because of the current state of everything. It's not really financially in the cards. And so what they're talking about is actually true.
Okay, tell me more.
The people who made this country, the founders of this country, the conquerors of this continent, got on boats where I believe around 20% of the people on those boats died. When they landed, they arrived on barren shores. They knew they were sailing to barren shores. And after that, a majority of them died. And those who survived the winter, either through sheer grit, luck, or the assistance of Native Americans in some instances, were able to then have children, and a lot of that grit was passed down. This is why I see the difference between the European perspective on hate speech and things like this versus the United States. Gun rights, for instance. That harsh journey, it killed the weak. Or I don't even think the people were weak who did it. They were all very strong people to make that decision. Today, you have people who are like, if I don't have a TV, 2 weeks vacation, then I'm not doing well. Now, don't get me wrong, owning a house is important. But back then, you'd walk into the woods and you didn't have a house. And to have one, you had to put sticks and leaves together. That was a dream come true for these people. Now, I understand we want things to be better and people expect a certain degree of comfort. But I think an important perspective people should have is where we came from and what was considered to be prosperity and luxury involved extreme high rates of death, sacrifice, and difficulty that no one experiences today. Even poor people have access to clean drinking water. Unheard of. If you're a homeless man in this country, you likely are obese. This is a fact in the United States. Our homeless are likely to be obese. I mean, there is an incongruence in the function of what our society should be doing. People do want to own homes, have families. But if you take a look at some of the poorest areas, it's the poorer people who are having more kids. So I would say largely among those who purport to be angry at our government and our structure, they don't even want to have kids. They're advocating in media not to have kids. They're angry at structures and systems based off of a perception built by an algorithmic media machine that was simply trying to make them angry to make money. Now they live in a world of fear and hatred, pure hatred. And you ask them, why do you hate Teslas so much? 2 years ago, you told us we had to own one. Now you're firebombing them and cheering for it on TV.
This, this is what I was talking about. This is the lunacy that is whatever this is. So if this isn't considered a war, what is, right? If whatever it is, whatever it's considered, it's definitely hostile, right? So if it's not a war, it's something. It is it's psychologically mind fucking people, essentially. And that's, for lack of a better word, I don't know what else to call it, you know? If your manipulation can be done in a good way or a bad way, right? Manipulation is something that's widely viewed as a negative term, but you can see it in a positive way. There are manipulations on both ends. Um, uh, so whatever's happening now, where people start viewing things one way, uh, like he was talking about with essentially this was going green, and they wanted all of the electric cars, right? They wanted everything to be electric, and they wanted to get rid of gas, which was also a dumb idea. But people then put a lot of stock into Tesla and a lot of, well, that's going to be the future of cars, you know. So that's what they thought, and now you got Elon Musk that is doing what he's doing. The White House was actually really good. I don't see how you could see that as being bad, but they definitely found a way to make that even bad. And now Tesla is definitely paying for that. And so these same people that were all in on it at one point are probably some of the same people that are doing these things. I don't think the people that were against it are doing it. They were just like, I was against Tesla all the way. And now Elon Musk is doing stuff for our country. And maybe they do or they do not agree with it, but I don't think that those people would be firebombing. It's just strange what's going on. And it feels random, but I don't think that it entirely is. But you also have to understand that people do things that play into a narrative. You've set something up, those people think that they're doing what's right. And this is definitely used against you when tensions like this are being pulled and played with, right? If you can psychologically control somebody, you can make them angry at something that you might have even made them like. It's it's just, I guess it's hard to figure out what the truth is. The easiest way to do it would be to teach people psychology and to teach people the the way to deconstruct everything. I can go into more of this later on. Right now, I'm getting kind of off track, but that is something that I think is very important, is to deconstruct everything, see it for what it is at its base. Okay? And most things in its natural state only have one or two selections. There might be a possibility of three, and very rarely, if even, there's a fourth. So when you take away everything, and this word constructs has become such a negative term right now, and people use it in a way that's uh, that's kind of negative, to take away things that are technically good, I guess. A construct is not necessarily bad, but if you were to take every construct away, I mean, money is a construct, and our government is a construct, and religion is a construct. Everything is technically a construct. So if you were to strip it down to its base, to a core, and then find out what it is, then you can tell what the truth is. And most of the time, what these people are doing when they try to um, change something or to get you to think a certain way, they're getting you to think of something through a construct. So if you can look beyond the construct, or I guess technically what's before the construct, you can tell what is and what isn't real. So you don't have to actually worry about it being left or right. You can worry about it being correct or natural. Or if it's a construct that you like and then you see benefit in it, then okay, it's fine. It doesn't matter. So a construct isn't necessarily bad, but it can be bad. So I'll just leave it at that.
There's no logic behind what they're angry about. This is why I refer to the left largely as a cult. You have the people who are scared.
Yeah, a cult. Yeah, essentially. Right now, that's the woke mindset would be a cult, and I guess that's technically a trigger word right now. But yeah, it is. It's a cult, and even how many people? There's people that have compared it to a religion. Okay, a religion is a cult essentially, so it's the same type of thing that he's talking about. For that matter, a government is technically a religion and a cult. So one of the biggest lies is the fact that there's separation from church and state. It really isn't, because a government is a religion to an extent. You know, a religion is just a belief, and a belief is an ideology, and ideology can be just about anything. So you can be uh, within your religion, any religion that you want within America, but even America has "In God We Trust." So there's a bit of correlation to that. I think most governments are structured within the same way, right? And most governments still want to control you, just as the woke wants to control you. They want to control you with fear. Government still wants to control you with fear. Religion still wants to control you with fear. All of these are the exact same thing. I mean, the end goal is still control.
to defy it because they live in these areas and they know someone will shoot at them or smash their cars or their windows. So they put stickers on their cars, they put signs on their windows, please don't hurt me. And then you have people who just, without thought, will hate what they're told to hate and not be able to explain to you why.
But you say the left is a cult.
Oh, yeah.
It's not the whole of the left. Let's be fair, Tim. That is a very small percentage of people. I can do the same thing with the right. And I can say, look, the right, they're completely insane. Look at these nutbags on Twitter.
You'd be wrong.
The difference, there's a difference, okay? There's a difference because, so when a country is made, it starts at the right, and then it progresses to the left. So if the left gets too crazy, you have to hone it in. The only way to understand that would be that the right would be less crazy than the left. So the left is already to a point where it's in cuckoo bananas territory. You can't trust that at that point. There's nothing. There's probably people in the left that are um, okay. That they may have American beliefs and the same ideology of what America is. They might have it, but a lot of them have already left to the right. So Tulsi Gabbard and Vivek, all of these people, even RFK Jr., everybody that came over from the left is they're already done with it because they see that it's fallen apart and it's not correct. That's not to say that the right doesn't have its issues too. It just means that if everyone from the left were to leave the left to go to the right that were holding American values, we'd have to root out the people that were in the right that were also extremists. The people, the extreme left and the extreme right can't exist in a peaceful manner. It's the same. This is not me saying that the right is correct. It's correct now, if that makes any sense. Eventually, because everyone is within the right, it means that the left will eventually have to push back. The central focus is it's the best way to go. Find something in the center. Find something in the center of all branches of government, and that would be where you would find your utopian mindset. I think that you would think that everybody would want to have a utopian society and want to have a balanced society as much as possible. And I think this is why socialism and communism kind of look good on paper, right? They look appealing, but they don't work because it's all enforced. Whereas if America can actually perfect a utopian society, we'll see if they can. If they can perfect it, then we can spread that worldwide. But to tell you the truth, there's ways to do that without even America's involvement. There's people that can do that. You can have a type of religion, so to speak, or just an ideology that you believe in. And if enough people have the same mindset, you can achieve whatever you want. And it doesn't really matter what government you're in. The difference is it depends on the government if they allow it, right? And with America, there is more freedom. So if you had the mindset of an American government in every country and around the world, you could potentially still obey their laws and their rules while still doing your own, if that makes any sense. You could, you could barter and trade without using currency with those people that actually they share your mindset. Right? I mean, this happens already with celebrities. Celebrities get free stuff all the time. They make a lot of money, but companies give them free stuff just because it's advertising. So if there's ways to give rich people free stuff, then how come people with less can't trade amongst themselves? They could. And so currency itself is technically not really necessary if you have the right mindset. And maybe you can't completely break down government because it still has to happen, but there's ways to do that where enough people of like mind would basically live outside of the laws while living under the laws, if that makes any sense.
Really?
Yeah. RFK Jr., former liberal. Tulsi Gabbard, former liberal. Donald Trump, former liberal. Elon Musk, former liberal. Colin Wright, former liberal. Tim Pool, former liberal. How is it that the popular vote winner, Donald Trump, was a Democrat up until his first term? That Tulsi Gabbard, DNI, former Democrat, that I supported in 2020. I never voted Republican. I didn't like Republicans. And now the Republican MAGA movement, not the neocons, is an eclectic bunch of diverse views which debate each other. How is it that Charlie Kirk, Christian conservative with one of the largest conservative platforms, invites moderate pro-choice Tim Pool onto his stage for his biggest event of the year to discuss those views to the public? On the left, what do you think would happen if you went and opposed their views at a public forum? You'd be threatened with violence. And I'm not saying literally everyone all the time, but booking liberals to come on my show or any other show, people in this
We
space,
have the same problem.
Yeah.
man.
they refuse to do it.
They don't want to talk.
Back in, I think it was 2018.
And by the way, we should say why as well. They're scared of their own side.
Yeah.
It's a cult.
See? And that's what you get whenever you have people that want it their way. But it ends up becoming like a dictatorship in a way. Their way goes. So some of these people on the left, like I said, there might be people that do believe in American values still, and they still believe in the left. They believe in a more progressive world. But I think right now, the right is pretty progressive. I don't think that there's anything that you couldn't do under. I mean, there's nothing that you would need to expand upon. Unless I'm wrong, maybe there are things, but I mean, there's enough diversity right now, I believe, to continue to like push the envelope right now um, is trying to tear it down, essentially tear down American values even more and to erode patriotism even more than what it is. Um, because even with the deportations, people are upset about that. But it's like if you have America's interest first, you wouldn't see it as a negative. And it's also not. It's not attacking people that are immigrants. That's ridiculous. That whole statement is ridiculous. It doesn't even make any sense. Even what I was talking about before with the mindset. If you have a mindset, if you have the American mindset, you don't even need to be in America to achieve that, right? You could be of any country and still have that mindset and be part of it, and then collectively be part of that ideology, which would still be, as I said, kind of like like a religion in a way. So if America is free because of its government, then that's just an ideology. So if you had this ideology that was technically separate from the state, which is what they say when they say religion is separate from state, but since it's still an ideology, it technically isn't because it's the same, right? So if American views are tailored from Christian views, you still have Christian views within the state. That's all I was trying to get at. So if you have an ideology that's like Americans' ideology, let's say you separate that, and then that becomes its own religion, maybe a lack of a god, but still an ideology, a movement, like the woke movement, essentially. And I don't know what that would even be called. It could be called anything. I'm not here to coin a name for it. But let's say you had that. It doesn't matter what country you're in, because woke culture is spreading across the world too, and it's not good in any place, not just the West. I think it originated from here, from the West, but it's spread and it's negative anyway. Just like a mindset that would be an American mindset, if that spread, it would be a positive. And I think that if more people were able to understand what the true American values are, there would be no complaints with deportations right now because everybody would have that mindset. So you could potentially turn that American mindset to a global mindset and eventually make change in your own countries, and it would be a win-win for everybody.
So I can sit in front of a libertarian like Dave Smith, who's going to rant about how Israel is bad, and Charlie Kirk at the same time, and we leave with beers in our hands, smiles on our faces. And Dave will say, Charlie, I really do appreciate it. I think you do good work. I know we disagree. The left doesn't do that. They firebomb your buildings. Or they just don't show up. Or they try to get you fired. They swat you. They harass you. The reason I say it's a cult is because you could not define what they believe. It's impossible. Hassan Piker famously made a video responding to me where he said, I said the military-industrial complex is a bad thing. The U.S. imperialism imposing its will through financing. He pauses the video and he says, he's completely right on this one. I agree. And then I said, this is why I don't think Ukraine is a special case. Why the U.S. has given Ukraine more money than Israel in 2 years than Israel got in 50. And then Hassan breaks and goes, this guy actually thinks we shouldn't support Ukraine? Now be consistent, buddy. Are you concerned about U.S. imperial expansion into foreign countries? Or are you simply pretending that's the case? You could not map the logic of their principles or plan for this country.
It's about feelings.
Yeah. I think it is, but if you break it down, it's largely about adhering to the murmuration. The left swings around randomly in random directions. Nobody knows exactly where they're turning left or right or up or down. They're just trying to make sure they stay safely in a position where someone else won't bludgeon them in the head with a bike lock. So Tesla's a great example. 2 years ago, Stephen Colbert bragged on his show he owns a Tesla. Today, he's making jokes about how it's funny that people are firebombing them. Well, that don't make sense. You've got innocent people.
Yeah, but again, you could play this game both ways. You could say all these people used to say Trump is a loose cannon and is a crazy and whatever. Now they're all in his White House.
Some of them, but I always point to tendencies. There is a cult on the right.
Well, some of them, including J.D. Vance, he actually said something too. Yeah, it is kind of funny, and you can play it both ways. This is kind of what I'm talking about. It's not even clear which side is which, or especially with the way politics work, it's kind of like wrestling where everybody still, they go out and they have a beer with one another, they talk, it's not as intense as it is in some of these debates and things like this. And the things that they say it for posturing, they say it for the cameras, they say it for all of that. It's not. They don't always say what they intentionally believe. But I think that's actually really bad. Transparency is something that we need in politics for sure, especially if we want things to change. And I think that maybe that's something that we can't do right now, right? With the way that the machine works inside of our government, it's going to do what it wants to do, right? People think that you have a vote, right? Maybe recently we have with Trump the first time that was your vote actually mattering, right? But before that, it really wasn't because the machine spits out somebody for the left, somebody for the right, and there's always been a clear winner. I mean, nobody wants to vote for the other candidate. It's just they weigh their chances, and you have two to pick from at the end, and you don't get a pick on the way up. Sometimes you do, but not really. It's very heavily weighted, and I'm pretty sure they pick the candidates that they want to very carefully because you've seen this with Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders got kind of kicked out and put in with Hillary Clinton got put in because they had an agenda. He didn't fit their agenda. So maybe you're able to see it more with the left because they've gone so far, and you can't see it so much with the right because they haven't or they weren't at that time, right? But something is definitely happening, and you can easily see.
That Trump can do no wrong. And I've criticized these people very heavily. They attacked Joe Rogan, and I'm like, are you guys nuts? Joe Rogan's a moderate who speaks to many different people of all persuasions. Let him cook, bro. And they attacked me for it. I said, I don't give a shit. I was like, you guys are nuts. While vocal, they don't dictate. They don't control.
It's true. It's true.
On the left, you better adhere or else.
Mm.
So I would say let's just try and be as fair, I suppose, and say it's 2-to-1 cult on the left and 2-to-1 not cult on the right. Maybe 30% of the right is culty, 60% of the left is culty. So even the culty elements of the right will be forced to entertain arguments they do not appreciate or like. The left does not. And more importantly, even those who are rather culty on the right will still try to give you a reason as to why they support Trump, the reason why they've changed their views. Oh, Donald Trump is doing something authoritarian. Well, because of this, that, or otherwise, I've changed my mind. On the left, it doesn't make sense. Famously, the Coalition for Communities of Color said Slavic people are people of color. So blonde-haired, blue-eyed Luke Rudkowski is a person of color. How the f does that make sense? That's the world they live in. Slavs are oppressed peoples. You get one of my favorite scandals was several years ago, the Wimixon scandal. I know you're probably saying, what the fuck is that word? Woman, where the E is an X.
Yeah.
And they said, this way we're being inclusive of all women, including trans women and women of color. Well, within a week of using this, they were attacked by trans activists because they said trans women are women. And by creating a new word, you are now arguing that trans women need a special classification. So you're transphobic.
Well, listen, man, you don't need to persuade us that the
I didn't even hear about that. That's hilarious. That's actually hilarious. Yet again, adding new layers to anything is not. That's not if that ends up becoming progression, then adding more of these either terms or just ways to view things or categories or all of this other stuff. This is only creating a mess. It doesn't create anything that's logical, which kind of goes back to what I was talking about, like learning how to defragment your brain essentially and look at things in a way that's not whatever this is. These weird terms and things like this. Even the Latinx one, I don't think anybody ever used that. I don't think anybody will use that. I think that it's just another grab at trying to change things up, and it's kind of like music, right? Music has genres, but you can bend genres. You can have this would be kind of like a way to be progressive in a way that I think is healthy, right? A progressive way would be with music. Progressive music is just bending genres and creating amazing music. But progressive politics doesn't seem to want to meld. You would think that it would. You would think that a progressive mindset would eventually become a utopian society, which maybe that is the one that would do it, right? You would think that it would be able to uh, progressively meld all of the governments into one and have it work synchronistically, work correctly, right? You would think that they would be the ones to pull it off, but it's almost like they get so progressive that it becomes regressive, right? They start eating themselves. They start doing things that are just nonsensical, right? And that's more dangerous. It's more dangerous if they don't understand what it is they're talking about. Because if in a world where you're trying to define something and you can't even ask the people what the definition is, they can't define it themselves. And whenever they do define it, they defy their own definition at times. This that can't work. That can't functionally work. It can't continue. It can't. You can't build upon that. That foundation is too shaky, and nothing will be able to build from that. Not anything good can build from that anyway. But it can destroy stuff. It can destroy a lot, and if you destroy things because of it, or not you necessarily, but people that believe that and people that get persuaded to do things, then you can actually cause a lot of damage. That's what I see happening more than anything. It's not, if they do have an objective, it's not a good objective. Because if you were able to do something good, you could be transparent and it would be fine. I can see why people would not want transparency in certain aspects, right? Certain things you may not want transparency. In war, technically, you don't want transparency because you don't want the enemy to know where you're at. You don't want to give away any type of secrets because that will give them an advantage. So, okay, fine, that makes sense. You do want to keep your cards a little bit close, but transparency for the most part is is by far the best. It also builds trust with the people that you're with. If you held everything too close to the vest and people didn't know when you were going to do something that was good or bad, then they're going to mistrust you, which is, I think, what's happened now, right? Well, what's happened now is everybody supported Trump because it was like, okay, well, this we have to support this person because at least we know what we're getting, and hopefully, hopefully Trump can do what he's saying and more, and hopefully he can continue being transparent. He's been really transparent. Um, so, and that was only within the first 100 days. He did everything that he said he was going to do. So, hopefully that continues.
Left one full retard, like genuinely, because we're people who always thought, you say liberal, like that's how we always thought of ourselves, and then we just looked at that and went, oh my god, what the fuck is going on? And then we got ostracized for saying that.
Exactly.
Right? Oh, I was curious to ask you those. Do you think we were here during the election, before the election and after the election? We were there during that entire time, and a lot of people anticipated a lot of street violence, a lot of protest, and there was none of that. Like, we were in LA when the election happened, and the people we'd been seeing all over the rest of the country were like, well, you guys are going in to see some riots over there. And it was chill as hell because I just think everybody accepted the outcome. Do you not think look, do you think it's possible that these flare-ups, like the BLM riots of 2020, like the riots we had in the UK, these are part of living in societies that are struggling economically, they're racially mixed, et cetera, et cetera. And eventually these things balance themselves out?
It's possible. Also, historically, these things turn to civil wars. So pick your history. Which one do you think is going to happen?
Mm.
I don't know that civil war is greater than 50%. I'm just saying that when you get all these experts coming out and saying, yikes, we're in civil war conditions. I mean, Jamie Raskin literally said a year ago that should Trump win, we will be faced with civil war conditions, and it'll be our job in Congress to tell Donald Trump you are not eligible to be president and deny him that. They didn't do it. I think they realized they lack the let's just say wartime resources to actually engage in this. But I think the real reason they didn't is, as Chuck Schumer just said recently, they've planted 235 progressive judges in the federal courts in DC, largely with the intention of blocking Trump no matter what he does. I'm being a little hyperbolic. He said to stop Donald Trump's agenda. Now we can see the lawful exercise of power that Donald Trump is trying to use is being blocked no matter what. Ad absurdum. The president engages in negotiations with a foreign country for the extradition of non-citizen enemies of this nation, street gangs from another country that have been labeled domestic terror. The Alien Enemies Act states the president can do this. And additionally, in 1948, there was a court case, a federal court case, which ruled there is no judicial review for this process. You want to change it? Absolutely. Let's change it. I'm totally fine with that. In the meantime, Donald Trump is within his rights as the chief executive to enter negotiations with the president of a foreign country as for the deportation and transport of criminals. A lower court judge instructed him to return these people to this country, turn the plane around. Now, on the surface, the media is saying Trump can't deport. No. The judge ruled that Donald Trump must sever his negotiations with a world leader from a foreign country. Imagine it was something more serious.
Tim, can I just stop you on that? Because I was reading in a publication in the UK that the reason was because a lot of the guys hadn't been convicted of anything.
They don't need to be. 1948 Alien Enemies Act, precedent has already been set. There is no judicial review for non-citizen combatants under the Alien Enemies Act.
Okay.
Right. So this is what keeps on happening. If they were here illegally, it doesn't matter. This isn't to say that people can't come to America that are from a foreign country. This is people that came over illegally. And I mean, listen, I know people that have done this, and they're good people. But the fact of the matter is, there's a proper way to do it. I have a buddy that went to Japan, and he did it all the proper way, and now he's living there, and he's, as far as I know, he's working with full citizenship. So there you go. It can be done, and it can be done the reverse way, and it can be done the correct way. So I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
Why do we have a president? Founding fathers were very smart. They got together and they said, should we do a representative democracy? Oh no, it's going to devolve into squabbles. You can't react properly to emergencies. Should we do a council of elders, smart, learned men that we can appoint? Same problem. And then what if you get many tyrants and they can't agree? Should we do a king? No, we have problems with kings. And they said, let's do all three. And they can argue amongst themselves. We'll bestow specific powers among each. That way we give the strength to each. The Council of Elders review the process of both and determine whether or not they can or can't. That's a Supreme Court. Representative democracy will determine the laws of this country. The executive will handle war and the upholding of our laws. Each has the ability to check the other in one way or another. As it pertains to foreign military actions, the president has plenary powers, but he can't declare wars. He can't set the budget for wars. He can simply direct how we engage with what Congress determines. If Congress passes a law, say, creating the Department of Education, and they say the function of the Department of Education shall be A, B, and C, the president cannot dismantle it through executive order. The president can, however, instruct the people who are working there to stop using computers and to juggle bowling pins instead, which would effectively shut down Congress's attempt. That's one way they can check that power. In issues of foreign policy, first, the problem we have in this country is we haven't declared war since World War II. Congress has effectively given the executive branch carte blanche, which has been a big mistake. But now when we're dealing with Trent Iraga, we all know it's a problem. I believe there should be transparency, but these people got the due process they deserve through our system. Trump needs to prove to the public these are the people we claim they to be, because we don't want Trump to round up random people and lie about it. Corrupt people can do that. However, what's happened with these court rulings, it is not a question of, can Trump do this? It is a question of, should we continue to do this? So the actions Donald Trump took are permitted, and a judge tried to sever a binding international negotiation. If Donald Trump went to Netanyahu right now and said, stop bombing Gaza, or we will pull all military assets from Israel and cut your funding tonight. And then Netanyahu said, no, we're going to double the bombings. Trump then says, load up our planes, send our boys home. Imagine what would happen if a lower court city judge banged the gavel and said, cancel Trump's negotiations with Netanyahu, return all the military assets to Israel so they can continue the bombing campaign, completely undermining our ability to negotiate. A better example would be Trump and Putin. Trump goes to Putin and says, we're going to end the war in Ukraine tonight. You are going to withdraw from the Donbass. Putin says, only if you remove all military assets and support to the Ukrainians. Trump says, done. Then a lower court judge bangs the gavel and says, Trump has no authority to do this. The war remains. If that were the case and that were possible, no world leader would ever negotiate with our president ever again. It would require the executive branch to get permission from lower court judges, putting the executive branch underneath the judicial. But a better example than all this is that Donald Trump, as the commander-in-chief, determines who is fit to serve and who serves. He signed an executive order saying, I'll give you the simple version. If you are suffering from gender dysphoria and exhibiting symptoms, you are barred from service in the military. If you are suffering from gender dysphoria and showing no symptoms, you are fine. We will give you exceptions. Judge Reyes in D.C. ruled Trump cannot discriminate against anyone for any reason. I'm not kidding. Literally, the injunction was preliminary, so it has changed in the past few days. The initial injunction stated, quote, all means all. And anybody, that's an actual quote, going on to say, anybody who wants to enlist should be allowed to. This means that bipolar manic paraplegics should be brought into basic training? That makes no sense. Or someone suffering from bulimia who's in basic training and decides after chow hall, I'm going to vomit all over the floor, must be affirmed in their mental disorder. That's psychotic. And
I didn't even know that it had gotten that bad. But that is kind of crazy. This, I think, would also be a reason why we should learn psychology more than anything else. We have to understand the way that the brain works and the ways that we can combat things and deal with things, hopefully, other than just pharmaceutical. If it has to be pharmaceutical, okay, that's fine. But I believe that there's more natural ailments that we could actually take part in before we go to pharmaceutical. So I think that that should be far less. And as far as mental health goes, since that is a huge topic, regardless of the type of mental health it is, that's kind of crazy. You don't really want anybody with any type of mental stress or any type of anything that they're dealing with on top of that to be in the military. I wouldn't think, unless we can fix it. If the military had ways that they could do it, if we had a way to treat it better, then yeah, for sure, because military generally has better treatment than anyone else. So if there were ways to treat it better, then at that point I wouldn't mind. Because I mean, you get mental stress from actually being in the military. You get PTSD, you can get all these other issues that happen because of war and because of the treatment within the military. I don't necessarily agree with, but at the same time, I mean, I guess it has to happen. I don't know an alternative myself. I just know that it's not necessarily the best, but maybe it is the best. Maybe that is fine for them. But yeah, I think that mental states shouldn't be allowed beforehand. Should definitely be barred.
And a lower court ruled the president must have them serve his army? That makes no sense. The president could simply say, sure, they're in the military, and now I'm going to go order them to sit in a warehouse in the back corner where they can't do anything. The president can do that. So it looks like, to go back to the initial point, One of the scenarios that I believe is possible, of course, is that we're on the back end of whatever this cold civil war is. The administrative forces that have been seeking to obstruct the MAGA movement, the populist movement, are weak and being crushed. That's why there were no riots after Trump won in 2024. There's just no energy for it, and people are actually fed up with what the Democratic administration had been bringing us. Now what we are seeing is the First Order in Star Wars. The Empire's gone, but there still are angry remnants that don't want to give up the fight. I'm hoping throughout the next couple of years, the judges either get impeached or stop and give up. The activists decide the violence isn't worth it. Trump starts arresting these people. The swatters get hunted down by Dan Bongino. The Tesla attacks result in 20-year prison sentences. And then in 2 years, everything looks kind of like 1997. That may be the case. And I hope it is. Civil strife sometimes doesn't turn into civil war. I'm hoping that's where we are.
Back when we launched our first bit of Triggernometry merch, we thought we could manage the shipping ourselves. Let's just say I have far shipping combined percent com merch. Find shocking here from a purely outside. And I think one of the things that buy our merch. And I think one of the things that you touched on, and the thing that I always find shocking here from a purely outside point of view, is the number of mentally ill people that you have in this country. And that, when you have mentally ill people plus easy access to guns, that can create a situation where a presidential assassination attempt can happen, or even, God forbid, an actual assassination. And that's the sort of thing that can spark a civil war.
Or a school shooting, or any situation that we have here that's growing in America, and this trend is kind of seeing its way in other countries also, but it definitely started here. So, and all of those people had pharmaceutical drugs that they had in their system that caused them to have this. It's almost too easy to see that if you take a drug that says, oh, you have depression, so take this medication that's going to cure you of depression while also giving you potential suicidal thoughts. Well, what if you never had suicidal thoughts before? It doesn't seem like it's a good idea. Now, I don't know what can cure the true depression, the actual, real medical induced depression, but actual depression is not something that you need to treat. Like the depression that they're talking about for just like common people is just, what is this? Just sadness. I mean, I'm not talking about actual clinical depression. That is a real thing, but that's also very rare. Depression itself is not. I don't think that it's something that's that bad. Not like this, and the reasons for it are much different than what they give. It could be a number of things. It could be the fact that you're not exercising enough. You're not motivated to do anything. It could be all of these mental stresses that are happening that we've been talking about throughout this whole episode, right? Everything like this happening with definitions of things not being clear, with the inverse of some of these either definitions or the additives of brand new things that don't need to be happening. Any of these constructs that are being created and shifted around or whatever, this can just cause a bunch of mental stress and headache. And even to somebody like me that does keep up with all this stuff and can kind of see how ludicrous it is and how easy it is to understand that like none of this even makes sense and none of it matters. And to even just kind of to look at it as what it is, just be like, okay, fine, whatever. These people think that, then it's fine. Just let it go. But the issue is you can't just put your head in the sand and let these people continue to do that. There's got to be a point where they can't just do what they want, and they can't just say any of these things. Like these extra constructs and these extra rules and ideologies added to something or eroding away ideology that we already have and trying to create new laws within what we already have to undermine our own freedoms. This is something that should never have any light of day. And yeah, I have a feeling there's a lot of people that would be okay with getting rid of some of those freedoms. They're perfectly fine with it because they think that what's being told to them is a better way. But if it's all lies, then you're going down a dark hole that you don't know. You don't understand. And without knowledge, these people are going to continue to go down that hole, and they're going to think that they're doing the right thing, and that's more scary than standing up for something that you believe in. It's okay to stand up for something that you believe in, like even if it is some of this ideology stuff that's being put forward. If you think that that's actually good, then okay, stand up for it. Of course, stand up for it. But if it turns out it's not what you think, then you can't support it. But you could present what you think is that option, and maybe that could come, right? Maybe that could be something that could come into play. And some of these ideas on the left are a little bit radical, but at the same time, because um, you can see it from their point of view, right? You can see it from their point of view, and knowing if that was really what was going to happen, then of course there would be no objection. It's just that the pathway that they set up is not always clear. I don't have an exact example, but there's many things that just don't make sense, right? Like with even if you go to the riots were happening, there's fires, they're saying they're peaceful. I don't really think that there's a contradiction there, right? So when things are burning, I don't really consider that peaceful. That's not the exact example that I would want to give, but that's just one that came off the top of my head. Whenever you're saying something that's opposite of, of reality, then that's just, it's not something that you should entertain. I'll just put it that way.
What's
or
the-
any type of war.
What's the political persuasion of the mentally ill?
I
It's a fact. It's documented.
don't know.
Liberals.
Not just liberals.
Look it up.
No,
No,
well,
no,
what,
no,
hold
no,
on.
no.
What you're saying is if you look at the mentally ill population,
Yeah.
they skew left.
They skew like 60-70% left. The argument from the left is that people on the right don't seek therapy, so they don't get prescribed. Perhaps. But overwhelmingly,
That's true. You shouldn't seek therapy because, as I said, if you understood psychology, you wouldn't need therapy because you could actually diagnose yourself to a degree. That's actually bad. I don't really want to put that out there to say diagnose yourself. If you need help, you should get help. But um, but if everybody was taught a baseline of what was wrong, because symptoms can be very similar. You could have a symptom that makes you think that you are um, that you do have a certain disease or you have a certain mental uh, illness or something that you really don't. And it could just be a fleeting thought. It could be a mental block. It could be any number of things that if you didn't understand what you were talking about, if you didn't understand what you were reading up on, that if you just look at WebMD and say, what are these symptoms, you might think that you are something that you are not, right? And so there might be a place for a psychiatrist and stuff, and certain people might need it more. But if everybody was educated within that, I don't think that you would have to go directly to a psychologist right away. A psychiatrist, right away. You wouldn't need that. Um, there's other forms, and I definitely, personally, this is just a personal thing. I try not to take anything, not even Advil. I took ibuprofen the other day for a headache, and that's the first time I've taken it in probably a year or 6 months or something. Like I try to stay away from everything. supplements and vitamins. I take those, but anything that relieves something, I try to stay away from, unless it's natural. You can do that. Some of these things you can do with teas. You can have a tea and it's fine. You can have uh, coffee. Some people want to stay away from coffee. They think it's bad. Okay, if you think it's bad, then there's other ways to get energy. There's other ways to relieve stress. There's other ways to do most things that pharmaceutical drugs do, and it's natural. And I think that the more natural things you have in your body, and the more natural things uh, that you use to cure these mental instabilities, which I think everybody has them at some point. Um, yeah, they need to be tended to, but they need to be tended to properly. And there's not enough education around that. And maybe with this warning, this mental health warning, even the new Marvel's Thunderbolts movie is riddled in it, right? It's full of mental health awareness, and um, I guess that's a good thing as long as they're not promoting like to like take all these drugs and these pharmaceutical drugs and rely on whatever you're told by a doctor, and you're going to a psychiatrist. If they're talking about doing all that, I don't know if that's necessarily the best idea, but if they're bringing to awareness for people to educate themselves about it, then yeah, I think that would be the better option.
Overwhelmingly, it is liberal females followed by liberal males. Liberals have extremely high rates of mental illness relative to conservatives. Let's be real. Someone who's going to throw a firebomb at a Tesla and write "Long Live Ukraine," they don't know what they're fighting for. They're mentally ill.
Mm-hmm.
So
I guess what all we're saying is it's not like mentally ill right-wing people with guns have never done anything.
How many right-wing terror attacks have there been in the United States in the past 10 years?
Look, we have the same argument in the UK, which is like we're told to worry about the far right when a lot of it is Islamist. The statement you made is a little bit overgeneralizing.
Well, I'm not trying to speak in absolutes. I'm speaking in generalities.
Yeah.
If you and my point is this: why is it that right now what we see is people who are mentally ill have like a 2-to-1 rate of leaning towards liberal ideology? Well, because the ideology itself is fractured, and the people like me or like you have abandoned it, or maybe not abandoned, but are no longer a part of it. So it's not so much a function of if you're a liberal, you are mentally ill. It's a function of the current iteration of the liberal social cohort is not conducive to a rational person's political ideology. They leave that space, leaving behind only the irrational, creating a higher density of people who are unwell. So it's the reverse correlation. It's not that you read liberal ideology and your brain stops working. It's that people who don't want violence and are not mentally ill have abandoned it because mentally ill people have been attacking them and destroying their lives. Now there tends to be a higher proportion of those who are mentally ill attracted to that cohort.
Right, okay, but there's also as well, there's people, I walk out on the streets of New York or any city in America, and I see people who are utterly sick. They're completely sick, and it's got nothing to do with ideology.
Agreed.
Yeah, and that is a very, very real problem, because that is also showing the fact that you are not looking after these people. These people need to be looked after.
Agreed.
You know, and
bring the asylums back. Yeah,
that is true. They took all of them away, and they have nowhere to go. So where do you expect them to go other than the street? I mean, he took the place that even if there were bad things that happened within those asylums, probably inhumane things, right? And abuse from caretakers and stuff within it. There's been a lot of really bad reports inside asylums, but there's got to be a place for these people, and it can't just be the streets. Especially whenever they actually do need mental health. This is the kind of stuff that I'm talking about. Those people probably do need true medications, true psychological drugs, but I don't think that common people that have just a stressful life need all of those pharmaceutical drugs. They don't need to pop a Tylenol every single day. I don't think that just a normal person would need that. Um, but I think that we overdiagnose ourselves with Tylenol, with everything, with anything that's a suppression. This could be just marijuana, right? I don't care about legalities of drugs and stuff. You could have any form of drug, I believe, and there shouldn't be any drug that's illegal, I don't believe. Personally, I think that that would be fine as long as you are aware of what you're doing, you can be fine on most drugs. I don't think that I would want to take most drugs. I don't think that I'd want to use them. If you had a need for it, you know, mushrooms or people that want to take any type of psychedelic or DMT or something like that, or ayahuasca, okay, it should be legal and it should be administered properly. I mean, obviously, if you take anything wrong, if you take morphine wrong, it's not going to be good for you. But morphine is fine inside of a hospital, right? So, yet again, not advocating for people that are druggies to just do anything that they want, but it shouldn't be restricted to that. And people do have their vices with even alcohol. Okay? Alcohol is still really bad, and it's still a vice, and it's still a suppression. So um, I don't know. I think that it comes down to pharmaceuticals, and it comes down to uh, it's just education. It's just being aware of what's going on, and not denying what's actually happening in these asylums. If that is the main reason why our homeless is so drastic nowadays, that's an easy fix. Just bring them back. Just put like regulations on them, I guess, a little bit more. Most of our rules, most of our laws, the reason why they're so bad is because they are from the bottom up. They're not from the top down. Okay, most laws need to be written from the top down. They need to suppress people with power, and right now, people with power are people with money, which is not people that are just the common people. If you say "Thou shalt not kill" in the Bible, you're saying not to murder, right? Not to just not kill anybody, because they had killings everywhere. You say you can't kill in America, well, clearly you can to some degree, because not every person that kills somebody is judged the same way. There's there's variants of it. There's degrees of it. There's what was the situation? How did it happen? Was it, you know? So everything has to be looked at from a case, like a case by case basis.
Yeah.
Explain.
I think it was Ronald Reagan who got rid of the mental institutions.
Yeah.
You can't put. I worked in the. I worked for a homeless nonprofit. I worked for actually a couple different versions of either helping starving children or helping homeless and homeless youth. One of the most frustrating things about liberals, we'll give a shout out to our friend Kyle Kalinske. He had made a post about allocating money to homeless shelters and how we won't help the homeless. And the most frustrating thing about it is they don't know the first thing about why these people are homeless. One of my favorite phrases working in this industry at the time, this is 15 years ago, was "feed the homeless." They'd say, "We need to raise money to feed the homeless." I said, "Why are they foodless or are they homeless? Why are you assuming that because someone doesn't have a house, they also don't have food? Because they don't actually know what's going on with these people. Why are people homeless? First and foremost, they choose to be, and they want to be. So when I lived in Seattle, you get a group of kids called the Av Rats. They lived on University Avenue. They moved from across the country to join this clique of homeless teenage and 20-something-year-olds. Ain't no way you're getting them off the street. It's their adventure by choice. They do drugs and they party. And then liberals donate money to NGOs. The NGOs know they can't get these kids off the streets. They know they can't stop the drug use. Why are individuals who are down and out, who find themselves homeless, I think the average is 2 weeks and they're no longer homeless. Guy gets fired from his job as a contractor, company goes out of business, can't pay his rent, falls on hard times, welfare check doesn't come through or unemployment check. He's outside, bushy mustache, holding up a sign saying, "I've lost everything and I don't know what to do." Within 2 weeks, that guy's within a few days. Usually these guys, they go to the shelters, knock on the door and say, "I don't want to be homeless. I'm trying to find a place to live. I will do anything it takes." They say, "You can sleep here." These homeless shelters, they tend to be empty because the people who are actually consistently homeless choose to be or are mentally ill and cannot be helped. Homeless shelters say, "We have a curfew. You're in at 6, you can't leave until 6. So no one's going to come. You also can't do drugs or drink. No one's going to come." The problem we have in this country is that we used to say, if you are engaged in public lewdness, degeneracy, and I don't mean that in a colloquial sense, I mean literal laws about indecent exposure and obscenities.
Yeah, and just again, for people who haven't been to America, like I remember somebody, I was talking to an American and he went, it's like a third world country. And I was like, I have been to a lot of third world countries. I haven't seen this shit. The stuff you see in LA, like
yeah.
we were in Nashville just walking around the town center. There's just like half naked people lying face down on the sidewalk.
So we can do, there are solutions. The solutions, I suppose, escape a liberal society, at least of the United States' persuasion. In Northern California, they decided to force conservatorship on the homeless. If you were homeless for a certain amount of time, they would lock you up by force and seize your assets and your income. This was frowned upon. It's fascism. Individuals are free. They can do what they want.
Yeah.
They said, we got too many homeless people. They're mentally ill. They receive paychecks from the government that they cash and then spend on drugs. We're going to take their money, spend it for them, and use that money to put them in a shelter. Well, maybe we have to. Is that authoritarian? What if there's someone of sound mind who simply chooses to sleep outside? Is that illegal? Should we make it a crime? They've begun to do so. You can no longer sleep in these cities. West Virginia just passed a law. It's now illegal to sleep in public places completely. Maybe that's what looking after someone actually looks like.
If they're mentally ill, that's kind of the point, really. And you're right. From what I understand, from what I've read about it, it's the ideological closing of these facilities that some of which were horrible, by the way. Let's be honest, right? But if you had a place where mentally ill people were properly looked after, that's way better for them than being out on the street. And I also agree with you about the left or liberal. You guys use these words differently to us, which is it's this idea that being in a fentanyl coma on the street is freedom.
Right.
That's been they've got very confused about what freedom means, right?
Yeah, this goes back to what I was talking about. This goes back to definitions and perverting the ideas and the ideologies and using laws against the very thing that they're supposed to protect, right? So if you have a law that says you have freedom, then I have the freedom to do whatever I want, even if it hinders you or strips you of your freedom, which I don't think was the intended idea of freedom, right? And if you have laws that that create the very thing that they say that they're going to prevent, this is a bad law. Which is why I did say I think that all drugs should be legal, because once you have, I mean, prohibition was a perfect example, right? Prohibition made it illegal for alcohol, and all the speakeasies and things that happened, and the illegal, crafting of alcohol was more toxic. It was harder to contain. It didn't really do anything. It didn't do anything to stop it. So you would think that they would have learned from that, but making certain drugs illegal creates a black market, and that black market is much worse than if it was legal. So the only people that would want to do that would be people that were wanting to benefit from that black market. That's the only reason, because you wouldn't want a black market to begin with. If you made it illegal, well, not if you made it illegal. Once you make it illegal, there's going to be supply and demand. So people that want it are going to get it regardless. Same with guns. You outlaw guns, there would be a black market for guns. To restrict guns would be It would be counterproductive to what it is, and it would make things worse. I think it would be. And you would also restrict the right of a person that was not a criminal to have a gun. They could no longer have a gun, but the criminals would definitely have guns because they would find a way to get them. And it it wouldn't be good.
Yep.
And that is definitely a part of it. But I think Francis's point was that you've got a very tense situation, as you yourself say, a hell of a lot of mentally ill people around, and you do have guns,
Oh, yeah.
which means that, I mean, guns are a force multiplier. I don't need to explain that to you.
Yep.
So if you've got someone who wants to do something, it is a hell of a lot easier for them to go and do it than it would be in the UK.
Sure. Yeah.
I'm making your argument for you.
Well, I agree. We saw in Seattle and Portland leftists with powerful weapons taking over parts of their city, Minnesota, Atlanta, and killing people with them. I'm not sure that giving the government sole access to the weapons solves the problem for you. So the issue with America obviously is not. I don't believe it's the guns. The guns are the force multiplier, which will change the circumstances relative to the UK. The issue is our culture, which, as I was stating before, you take a population in the UK and in Spain and other parts of Europe, and then only those willing to travel across the ocean for 3 months and die make it. Then those people have tons of babies. Guess what culture is going to be spreading? A Wild West frontiersman, pioneer, don't f with me, I've got a gun mentality. So that's why we like our guns. And that's why you guys don't. It is really fascinating. I think about today, the liberals and how they handle things, and how it probably is, to a certain degree, ideologically similar to what it must have been like during the colonial period when you lived in London. It's a very dense population. There's an elite, there's lords, there's academics, and the poor people were like, there's no space for me to be here. I have no free speech, air quotes, freedom of religion. Let's go live in the barren wastes. Let's go build something somewhere else. And that mentality created the United States. But now we're getting soft through luxury, and we're becoming more population dense, and we're starting to become more ideologically like how Europe was back then.
I think
More progressive ideas, more. We keep straying away from the core of what America was, which is all Trump was trying to say with "Make America Great Again," was to get back to the core belief of what America is, not to bring back anything that we've already progressed from. I would think that we would keep our progression. We would just reset the patriotism, and if we can do that, that's I think it's pretty much already done. I mean, I think people have opened their eyes anyway. They're willing to look at it right now. Racism is something that I think is already dead. I mean, there are people that are racist, but the truly racist people are pretty much lost. They're lost people, and they're not educated. It always goes back to education. But I think people think of education as college, and it's not even just that. It's just learning about whatever I was talking about I don't even know what it would be considered, but just learning the basics of nature, right? And the basics of even humans, that at the core we're all human. So there is no reason to be racist against a human. And if it's about skin color, then we're all pigments of brown. So okay, so we're the same. Just different shades of whatever. Just like if your religious beliefs are different. Even Christianity has 50,000 deviations. It's just different denominations, right? 50,000 in just Christianity, and they all believe in one God. Do you think that there's 50,000 gods? No, they're probably praying to the same exact thing. So all of the Abrahamic religions are praying to the same thing. This is just different variations of the same thing. I don't see, wars are created from something as simple as that. Your version of the same God and somebody else's version of the same God, even though if you believe in a monotheistic religion, it would be the same God, right? Because there would only be one. So you believe there's only one and they believe there's only one. You believe a different version, but it's the same thing that you're praying to. So to think of how ridiculous that would be, to think of a singular God that then is granting all of these people from 50,000 denominations, and that's not even including Judaism and Islam. It's just Christianity alone. He's granting all of these people their beliefs. It's kind of silly, right? It's silly to think that, but if you could find commonality in it, it would be so much easier. When you start splitting things up and making it more complex, it it really does cause a mess. If you could just find how to literally like just deprogram yourself from all of these additional thoughts, the world would be so much better. It would be better because people could see clearly what's actually going on, and they would understand that we're all more unique. Or okay, I said unique, but I meant we're more the same when everybody thinks that we're all unique, which technically I guess we are, but whenever you say that everybody's unique, then nobody is, right? It's kind of, or you think that you're too special. You end up becoming something too special. And not to harp on the Jewish thing too much, but if they are the chosen people, you got to understand that that would kind of give you a huge ego, right? To think that you are the chosen people of God. So who knows?
Think also as well, what's really interesting is there's another part of the puzzle that you were founded essentially by religious extremists, like people who were going, I want to practice my religion to this extreme, which isn't accepted. So you are a nation of people who, dare I say it, go, oh, you're a little bit intense.
Extremely intense.
Yeah.
But
Not even, that's not even an understatement. Yes, everything to the nth degree, because we have that freedom and because we can do all of that. And that does breed arrogance as well. This is why I was just saying with the ego of the Jews in that way. If you had that we are the chosen people type mentality, that's it's pretty bad. But then you put that in an American standpoint, and most of the Jews here in America, I don't think that they believe in their religion as much. Maybe they do, but they're not as extreme about it, and they've already adopted an American mindset. So this makes it a little bit different. And but the views of an American can be very strong because we have the freedoms to do whatever we want. So that breeds an arrogance also. It breeds an ego, regardless of if you want to believe that or not. It does. It breeds an ego, and these people that I think would be they're doing things that they believe is right, and then they go to those extremes like firebombing a Tesla. They think that they're doing something that's right, or they think that they're fighting against something that is oppressing them, and they're going to go to that extreme. So it's actually psychologically correct. It's what would happen, and every little I'm not going to say I don't want to say microaggression, but essentially any of these types of aggressive acts, whether they be just a terminology that gets skewed or something that makes you irritated, just those little irritations. I think an irritation is better than a microaggression, but essentially, I guess they're kind of the same. Anything that's irritating, anything that's minutely irritating, you can easily ignore it. You can easily ignore something that's minor or just an irritation. But once you add a continual number of these tiny irritations, eventually something bubbles to the surface. So that could be what these people are experiencing. That everything that they want is being attacked. And once it gets attacked enough, they just explode.
Let's not, it's not only the British who came here.
Yeah.
The Spanish came,
Yeah,
and
you let Germans and that was a big mistake.
Yeah. And
They
they're
like
intense.
rules.
Yeah.
Can I say something just totally off topic, which is really amazing?
Yeah, go on.
Have you ever seen the flags outside of a store that says open? They have flags they fly in front of stores, and it says open on it, and it's red, white, and blue.
Mm.
So to me, it was instantly obvious the history of these flags. I was driving in a car with my wife, and I said, "Notice all the Dutch flags everywhere?" And she was like, "The Dutch flags? Yeah, the open flags. It literally says open on it." And I said, "How much you want to bet when the Dutch came to the colonies, setting up trade posts, they flew Dutch flags, which people associated then with marketplaces. So now we traditionally fly Dutch flags with open signs to represent a business. That's exactly what happened. So call the country a bunch of religious extremists. Don't forget, a bunch of free market capitalists came here from the Netherlands to sell junk to people."
Yeah.
By the way, it might be coming across as like we're anti-gun. We fire guns every time we come to
They're
America.
great, right?
They're great. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And I've always said I like living in a country where we don't have guns. But if I lived in America, I would definitely own a firearm.
No,
100%.
I feel bad for you guys. They arrested Count
I did too. I feel bad.
Dankula for making a joke, a funny one, and then he followed up with a funnier one. And you got people being arrested for saying naughty words on the internet.
Yeah, not even just naughty words, just having a point of view 10 years ago and stuff. People are going to jail for stupid things. Even if they were doing something in a different country where it was legal at the time when they said it. That's even worse. Yeah, England's in a really bad spot.
The point of guns in the United States may be to protect it from both foreign and domestic, whatever you want to argue. That a standing militia was the defense of a nation, but there's something that guns do. When a police officer wants to come into your house and arrest you in America, they are terrified they might die. They think twice about it. They want to make sure they have warrants, they want to make sure they have requisite force, and they want to make sure they're getting it right. In the UK, there's no fear of that. A little bit. Maybe someone's got a knife, kitchen knife somewhere. But in the UK, they know they can kick your door in and you ain't doing nothing about it. That doesn't mean anybody should be shooting cops, but it does mean that when the police went to the home of Brianna Gray, was that? They kicked the door and they were terrified. And they had guns. They got shot at. They shot back, shooting her boyfriend, killing her in the process. The left lied about it. That's neither here nor there. The point was, police in this country are terrified. If you're a rogue cop and you're going to break the law and you know it, you'll die. And then no one in the system will defend you. I mean, maybe there's dirty cops, but for the most part, cops know if I'm going in, we need to make sure we're doing this clean and proper and knocking. Because in the instance of Brianna Gray, they yelled, they didn't hear anything, they break the door in, they get shots fired. That's something that all law enforcement in this country should be fearing, and I'm glad they do. But nobody should shoot cops.
No, we completely agree. But I also think when talking about the First Amendment and her
It's kind of sad that he had to state that, like, obviously, but it's sad that he had to state that.
30 words is you have a First Amendment. That is really important. It's baked into your culture. It's actually, I would argue, the literal best thing about your culture. It's why you're so
It's probably the only thing holding us together right now. Quite literally, the only thing.
successful. It's why your economy flourishes because of that, the belief in the being able to share ideas, no matter how controversial. We simply don't see it as valuable, Tim, and that's the tragedy. And to my view, that's one.
It might be too late, sadly, but it is kind of funny. Like I said, I never heard of trigonometry before, but I actually like them. The fact that they are British and the fact that there's other people that are British that have very vocal, opinions and stuff here. They have those opinions on American platforms, and it's good that they can voice their opinions. It is kind of weird that they get into the political stance of things, like Piers Morgan and these guys. I don't know if everything they do is it's political or not. But it is kind of weird that they get into the political stuff for us. But it is cool that they're able to do this and experience what it's like to have that type of freedom. And maybe people like this should be able to influence people in England to do the same. There needs to be somebody that that takes up freedom of speech within England. I still think that's really sad.
One of the main reasons we're in the problems that we're in.
What does free speech mean?
The free speech.
What does it mean?
Free speech to me means the ability to voice an opinion, however controversial.
So advocating for pedophiles?
Yes.
Advocating for murder?
If advocating and inciting are two different things.
That's right. So advocating for murder is good?
I wouldn't say it's good, but I'd say you should be allowed to
I
do
mean,
it.
cleared and protected under
Yes.
free speech
Yeah.
philosophy.
Well, I give like you brought up pedophiles and murder. Like if someone says, "I think,"
Those were crazy. I was thinking there would be more pushback from the first guy. He said yes just right away. That's kind of ridiculous. No, I don't think that there would be, but there are people that have voiced their opinion with this whole map thing. I don't remember, minor attracted people or whatever, and they voiced their opinion on that. I think that that's ridiculous, but they did get their voice out and they were able to say it. And I guess they were able to create a movement. I think they created a flag, whatever. Anyway, most people will not agree with that. And I don't think that that would go anywhere. But to see those ideas is okay. To see those ideas and be like, wow, there are people that actually think that. To not have that, you would just think, well, nobody supports that. But obviously there are people that do it, so there would have to be people that support it. It's kind of crazy. Anyway, I want to see what they say.
pedophiles should be shot. Like, I'm down with someone being able to say that. I'm not down with going around shooting random people who you might think are pedophiles.
Yeah.
You see
What about telling someone, if you really hate if you are really concerned about thing, you would go kill person? Is that free speech?
Give me an example that's not
Like
abstract.
if a popular Twitch streamer said, if you cared about healthcare, you would murder, and then names a prominent U.S. senator.
That
No,
sounds to
that's
me
really
like
like
you're getting
incitement.
very close to incitement.
To violence.
Really close. So there are free speech absolutists who disagree with you and say speech is speech. And
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's
yeah.
why I've always said I'm not a free speech absolutist for about 53 different reasons.
I completely agree with you guys.
One
Neither
of them, by the way, and this speaks to the online conversation we were having, is that once you begin to run a platform, you see it with everyone who's ever owned a platform of any kind. You can't have it be completely free because even that person begins to impose their own values on the thing, and it says, "Well, this kind of speech is too far," and there will always be something that's
It applies
too
to government.
far. Yeah, it applies to everything. So, what's your point? You feel?
Well, you said the First Amendment is great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The First Amendment was smart in that it created I don't know, I would call it a piece of cloth over a river to try and hold the water back. Wade Stotts is a commentator. He's got a bunch of great videos, and one of them he talked about the Constitution. He says, what is a constitution? Constitution refers to what constitutes the body politic. So in the UK, you claim to have an unwritten constitution. Actually, most countries have what's called an unwritten constitution. It implies that the people of this nation agree on what is or is not acceptable. In the United States, because you had a bunch of different states of various values across a large piece of land, you had some of the founding fathers being like, no, you better write this down because I don't believe you. Had some of the founding fathers being like, no, you better write this down because I don't believe you. Here's the problem. We don't agree on what free speech is. On the extreme ends of what we would describe as the left, they say hate speech is incitement.
This is what I was talking about people saying they have the right to say something even if it infringes on your rights. This is what he's talking about.
Should not be protected. In the middle, you have the free speech political absolutists, meaning don't incite crimes or violence, but express your opinions.
That's where I'm at.
Yeah.
I think.
And I largely agree. but there are some philosophical challenges. And then you have the free speech absolutists that say words should never be illegal. Telling someone when or how to do something is not an action that you should be at fault for.
I don't know about illegal, but they shouldn't be censored. I'm a huge advocate against censorship. I think that censorship is bad. I understand it for even Twitch and YouTube and all of this stuff. They have it where you can't say certain words, and it's a slippery slope. And I guess to a certain degree, it's okay. But if you were to label it as something, if you were to say this is explicit, then there shouldn't be any censorship. If it was not labeled with explicit or a tag, let's say, if there was a way for you to tag it with certain things, then you should be able to talk about anything you want, especially because it is still freedom of speech. But I guess I get the fact that it is a company, and the company isn't strictly American. If it's open to the world and the world can use it, then I can see the drawback, or the pushback rather, on it. But I don't really understand why you couldn't just have labels that then make it where you can release uncensored content. You should be able to do that. That should be an option anyway.
The problem is, for those of us in the middle, what we're really arguing is that we've determined there's a moral line that should be adhered to, which provides people to communicate, but doesn't provide for crimes. The problem with that mentality, though I agree with you where we should be, that's why I believe morals actually outweigh a lot of what we think are principles. The problem with it is, if I say on paper, you can't incite someone to violence, and then all a judge needs say is, well, if you go online and say all Jews are X and deserve X, you've incited violence. And then we've determined that there is a threshold by which the law can restrict speech, that the law, the government, the judges determine would or would not be incitement. The standard that we go by in the United States is creating imminent harm. So if you said, I think person should die, not illegal. If you said someone should kill a person, still not illegal. If you said, at this time, I want you to go and do this thing, you've now created an imminent threat, and that is illegal. There still then is the argument that at some point a leftist will get in under that moral philosophy and say, well, I believe calling an entire group of people creates an incitement, and you need only a simple majority to get that codified in law, and then it happens.
Yeah, but this is why we shouldn't. I think the problem has been is that people argue about these things in slogans, and there's a lot of sloganeering about. Actually, there's never going to be any clarity. It's always going to be up to some level of debate, unless you say anyone should be able to say anything, which I think ignores the reality of the interconnected world we live in. And somebody could send out a tweet, and if their platform is large and if enough people, that could cause real world harm. And that's a fact.
And now you're talking about morality-based laws versus principle-based laws.
Mm-hmm.
You are arguing that a society should be society's laws should be predicated upon what a moral person of your morality should believe. If we were principles-based,
yeah, and which is why there was a separation of church and state, right? Because it's based off morals versus based off principles. And they can split them. But it doesn't change the fact that both of them are ideologies and that they are structured the same way. They work the same way. Having beliefs and ideas and all of these, you should have freedom of expression completely in every way that you want. Even most laws, there shouldn't be very many laws, to be honest. I know that people think that if there were no laws, there would be anarchy. But if there were more intellectual people and there were more education focused on learning about things like psychology, like government, even learning how these things work, learning how the laws and the government actually works from the inside, being more transparent. If all of these things were more readily available and taught to people, then you wouldn't need very many laws because there would be no reason to uh, to do stuff that was illegal because there wouldn't be very many things that were illegal, and it wouldn't draw people to it. Sometimes if you tell somebody no, it makes them want to do it more, even if they don't want to do it. They just want to try it. And this is another thing that that it's difficult to understand how somebody's going to react. But putting a law in place that isn't set in stone almost makes it worse than not having the law, because it sometimes brings attention to something that shouldn't have much attention, right? I don't think that drugs should have much attention on them when most people do not want to get blitzed out of their mind. I personally don't want to have my mind altered. There's only certain times where I would want that, and that's normally whenever I'm sick or I want to get better and I just want sleep. But most of the time, I don't, even if I'm having trouble sleeping, I don't want to alter myself to get that sleep. I'd rather just have a bad night's sleep and then wake up a little groggy, finish my day, and then the next day, I'm going to have a really good night's sleep because I'm going to be tired. And people don't know how to just have a day that's groggy, to just work through it. They just want everything so simple. But I wonder how many issues you gain because of that simplicity. You you have to gain more. I'm probably getting off subject. Let's get back to the video.
Based, we'd say you can say anything, words are not crime. But we are a moral based people. We actually determine at some point laws should or should not apply based on our personal morality. We have things called blue laws, for instance, which is laws that were passed that were deemed to blaspheme or to violate Christian tenets. We don't really enforce a lot of these that much anymore, but in Virginia, for instance, you can't sell cars on Sundays. There are certain laws like you can't have a bath on Tuesdays in Boston. I don't know if it's exactly that, but you get the point. Nobody's going to enforce that because it no longer aligns with our morality. So in this case, what's the point of writing the law down if the police do or do not enforce certain things based on what our personal morals are? The Constitution ends up becoming meaningless when you start to look at where we are with a morally divergent society. You have those of the Christian moral tradition. Some are secular, but still adhere to a Christian moral tradition. And then you have the new, I would refer to Peter Boghossian's non-theistic religion of intersectionality or wokeness. Their moral traditions and moral foundation is a mirror image to the Christian or classically liberal moral tradition. The laws invert themselves in this regard. For example, the question I often ask people, do you believe that a parent should have final say as to the medical decisions of their child? Yes or no?
Yes.
So,
no.
Okay, so doesn't matter.
For instance, if a child is going to die because they can't receive a blood transfusion and the parent is Jehovah's Witness, and it's a matter of life or death, like, that. The child gets a blood transfusion.
I hadn't considered that.
So you've now set the precedent, right?
Yeah.
In court, if a doctor deems life-saving treatment is necessary, the parents must be overruled.
It's
correct?
very easy to get from there to trans.
Yeah.
I see what
Exactly, which is exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Under the exact same principle espoused by both,
Yeah.
you have conservatives saying we should not allow the state. So you have in Florida, the state should not be allowed to decide for the parents what is right for their children. Trans is out. In California, the life of the child is paramount. The courts must decide. But this also lends itself to another scenario, vaccination and mandated vaccines. So, and abortion, for instance. Depending on what your morality is, your view of whether or not a person has a right to decide for their child changes. Most conservatives would say, I don't think, I say the parent has the final say. Another question for you. Okay, so it's you said yes, you said no.
Yeah, but this is
now
before you get
I didn't expect to get into abortion, but that's another topic that's pretty major, and a lot of people, they have their stance, whether it be for or against, and I think my stance is a little bit different, but I think if you're going to have an abortion, you can have an abortion. Why not? I don't think that it's based on killing a baby, even though it technically is. The people that do that, they have to live with that decision. They have to live with the fact that they did kill the baby. And I think most of those people will face those repercussions afterward. Um, Even if you think that you won't, once you get to that point and you have it, I think that that would be something that you would feel. Maybe not as much as a guy. I think a man having an abortion wouldn't be as bad because you're not one with the thing growing inside you. I think women would face that much more after an abortion. Um, yeah. Anyway, that's a much deeper conversation. I don't think they're going to touch on that too much. I think he's just using it as a point.
Get into it. This is the point I was going to make. I actually hadn't considered the Jehovah's Witness.
I'm going to change your mind. I'm going to change both of your minds right now.
Well,
so you go to California,
yeah,
and the parents say, my child is depressed. They go to the doctor. The doctor says, your child is just being a teenager. They're suffering from a depression. It's an episode. They'll be fine. And they say, doctor, no, my child is trans and I want the surgery. And the doctor says, I'm not going to I disagree. I refuse to do this. Should the parents be allowed to get transgender surgery for their child if they're seeking active affirmation from a doctor?
This is the point I was going to make, which is the reason we litigate all of this stuff to the extent that we do is there are not going to be easy answers. You could go down this route or that route, which is why I've always been very persuaded by the argument that the government should be as close to the people as possible because people can then opt into a community that shares their values. This is one of the great things about this country, right?
The point I'm making is that your principle is completely meaningless. It adheres only to the moral structure of the community.
Yeah.
If you go to a liberal and say a doctor is denying life-saving gender treatment the parents are begging for,
yeah.
If you go to a conservative, should the state intervene to save a child from parents who are going to transit? They say yes. Should the state intervene to stop to protect a child if the parents won't let it get trans? Right? The views are inverted on both sides based on morals, not principles.
So what's your point?
We don't live in a principles-based society. We live in a morals-based society. And if you argue that we have free speech, it stops where your moral line stops and you don't actually believe in free speech.
Exactly. And that is the issue, right? And this is what I was talking about with separation of state and religion. Religion should be morals and state should be principles, but we do not live within that, which proves that they are the same, even if you believe that they're not. Everything is so closely intertwined. And I still believe that the American mindset and that ideology is still the best thing to live by, regardless of morals. But this is where you get the split, right? This is what he's talking about is absolutely correct because it always is based off of morals. Even if you try to create principles, the principles have to come from somewhere, right? And whenever people talk about religion, saying, "Well, how would you have your morals if not for religion?" It's common. It's just what you believe. It's natural belief, right? I think that people are innately evil. I know that people say we're inherently good or something. I don't think that's true. I think that we, if left to our own devices, would grow up to be selfish and evil to a certain extent. Not like, not really evil, but just more selfish. I don't think that, uh, I don't think that that's a bad thing either. I mean, it goes back to what I was talking about before, having an ego, having your thoughts flourish and having them being able to develop your own thoughts and your own mindset. It's nice to have that freedom here in America. And it is also a little bit of a double-edged sword because we have an ego because we're able to do that. Whereas other countries, you can't have that ego. If you have that ego, you get cut down. You get chopped down and you get squashed. You can't thrive if you have any outside ideas, and you have to suppress those ideas. So if you think about the older times where gay people were kind of within that same realm, right? You were gay, you couldn't express yourself. You had to hide from everybody. It's kind of the same thing, right? It's not like that anymore. You can be gay, you can be open, it's fine. And for the most part, people don't care. Not to say that that's not a good or a bad thing. It doesn't matter to me either. Um, if you are that way, you are that way. It's fine. And but you should be able to express yourself. And that's also a morality, right? So that's now another morality that came in, whereas before it was not. It was not based on morality, but now it is. So yet again, more things that are seeping through that were not the original intended method of what the American ideology was. So to create something that would be in between a religious belief and the original American ideology, I guess, would be something that we should try to form right now, which could either be the continuation of American ideology, or maybe American ideology is getting too convoluted where you would just have to create something brand new and start from the ground up. That can be done alongside American ideology. You would have to create something brand new, or you would just have to reform American ideology into something that is new. And this is just me thinking thoughts.
And what's your point from that?
That we have a large faction of people in this country, namely when we're talking about free speech, or you say that it's enshrined in our public, we don't. We don't have free speech. We have certain moral lines that entertain when it is or is not acceptable to say certain words, and then we protect ourselves from feeling bad about what we think is wrong by claiming we're for free speech. For instance, if you go in public and scream racial slurs, sure, you have free speech, but you'll be canceled. But the left has a much lighter threshold than the right. The right claims we're for free speech, until it comes to the issue of Israel. And now all of a sudden you're going to deport people and shut them down because, as the Department of Justice said, this activist's words aligned with Hamas. Aligned with. Now, I follow the law. And if you want to change the law, change the law. The Secretary of State has the right to rescind a visa and deport somebody. But let's be real. There are so many people who argue you are being anti-Semitic on campus and we shouldn't allow it, that claim they were free speech until it met their moral line. And they said, but that one doesn't count. And I'm not trying to disparage those people for believing that. I'm simply pointing out everyone's going to argue my principles direct me. No, your moral community.
I don't think it's everyone. Like for me, for example, look, in that particular instance, I think there are two things that I would say. The first one is, unless someone's been convicted of a crime, I don't consider them a criminal, usually. Now, there are exceptions to this, people who are blatantly like got away with it or whatever. But in this guy's case, I don't think there's any clear evidence that he's like a terrorist, terrorist supporter, even though I'm sure he is, right?
But this doesn't pertain to law.
How do you mean?
Under the Immigration and Naturalization Act.
I know.
You don't need to be a criminal.
I understand that. But what I'm saying is, for me, as someone who thinks free speech is important, but also doesn't like Hamas supporters, I would probably err on the side of this guy being allowed to stay in if I was an American citizen, on the one hand. On the other hand, I'm not an American citizen. And when I come here, I don't go around starting protests because it's kind of a douchey thing to do. Like, if you let me in your house, I'm probably going to behave in a slightly different way than I would in my own house, right? So, and Francis and I, like when we visit the United States, we are respectful to the fact that it's not our country. There are certain things that we may legally be entitled to do here that we wouldn't do, because when you are...
Especially not now. Don't want to do it now and then get convicted in your own place. That's what's happening now. So yeah, you have the freedom to do it but if somebody wanted to put you behind bars because you did something over here, if they didn't like you, they could probably right now.
An immigrant or a visitor to a country, you need to behave in a way that's not just in accordance with the law, but you have an added responsibility, basically not to be a
I agree. So the issue is when it comes to the principles versus morals. If you believe in free speech, when do you stop? Where is your line? And the point is, free speech in its purest form is absolutism. You can say whatever you want. Do you believe all people have a right to free speech? Well, now you're going to find a mix of morals on the right. Many on the right are going to say, yeah, but only for American citizens. I never meant for non-citizens to come here and speak against our country. And they're being honest. They never did.
Yeah.
There was a period where we all agreed what the left is doing with big tech is violating our free speech. Of course, to be honest, the left then conflates the First Amendment with free speech, which are two completely different things. But then when it comes to the issue of should we deport a green card holder, temporary green card holder, because of his speech, a lot of people are going to say, well, yeah, absolutely. To be fair, he organized protests that took over buildings and threatened staff and caused fights and led to violence. So I have no problem with that guy being deported. I just think that you get these anti-Semitism bills that are getting passed where like universities can't allocate funds or allow for certain protests. Otherwise, we'll pull funding. It goes against American foreign policy. And I'm like, I have no problem with you doing it. I see that's where your morals lie. I just like to point out to everybody who claims they support free speech, I bet I can find a point at which you will say that's not free speech. So for like Myron Gaines, for instance, said, I'm for free speech. And I said, what about porn? No, porn's not free speech. Okay, well, the woman on the show who was an OnlyFans creator said, absolutely it is. It is my expression. It is my views. And it's...
Yes, it is. Yeah, 100%. Anything that is your thoughts, your expression, your opinion, your like literally anything that you would be able to do. OnlyFans is okay. You could consider it degenerate. You could consider it any number of things, but there's good and bad that come from that, just as there are good and bad that come through many different versions of porn. There's a lot that are horrible, and there's a lot that that I'm pretty sure people have done against their will. Well, OnlyFans probably is more or less people doing it themselves, I would hope. And if that's the case, then that's already better. I mean, this is going to get into a lot deeper of a topic. I don't think that he's going to go into it that much, but I don't feel like that should be restricted. That should be something that you should fully, especially because it's your own body. You should be able to do whatever you want. There's people that, even the transgender stuff that he was talking about, people that want to do that to themselves as a full adult, do whatever you want. It's just the kids. You can't do it as a kid. Well, you can't join OnlyFans as a kid, so you're an adult. Do what you want. You know, you can modify your body however you want. People split their tongue. People get piercings that are crazy. They get tattoos everywhere. Yeah, you can do anything you want. Why not? Go for it. And then if you do it and there are repercussions, then so be it.
age gated and costs money. Why can't I do it? Two different complete moral lines on whether one thing is free speech or not. So I bring this up because where we are right now in this country, you have Donald Trump trying to engage in actions which are largely popular, maybe depending on, it's tough. He's for the first time in 20 years, the country is on the right track or to the highest degree. I mean, single polls don't mean much to me, but we're seeing some form of this, despite the fact that people kind of don't approve of Donald Trump. His aggregate approval ratings are in the margin of error, which is really good for him, by the way. But a lot of what he does is popular. You have people now arguing when we should or should not obey judges. On the left, the liberals, liberal is a colloquial term in the United States for the left faction, doesn't really mean liberal. They are willing to imprison lawyers. They are willing to cheer for violence, engage in violence. They have, in many instances, more than the right, murdered people. And that's in line with their morality. When it now comes to Trump and the right having power to use, Republicans are often mocked for refusing to use it. We could expel Democrats from Congress right now. Al Green, for not only was he to be censured for interrupting the not so State of the Union, but when he was being censured, he, along with many other Democrats, blocked the proceedings and obstructed it, and Johnson simply adjourned. Should we not use power to the degree that they have used? But it's against our principles. Is it? Our moral world is being crushed by these people. Do we decide today we will defend our moral worldview and traditions by any means necessary? Or will we keep saying that we afford our enemies special privileges they do not afford us? My view is that, I'll say 10 years ago, I was free speech for everyone, even if we don't agree. I don't agree with what you say, but I'll defend to the death your right to say it. And then they bludgeoned me over the head with it and tried to destroy my life. And I said, that was stupid of me. Free speech is for those that live within the confines of our moral community. If you are an individual who's a communist and you stand up for free speech at every turn, you reject violence and say, one day I hope we achieve communism, I would say, well, I think your idea is dumb, but if they ever come to censor you, I got your back. Most communists, however, celebrate your demise and advocate it and try to make it happen. In which case I say, why would I award them quarter? My view is we have rights in the United States. We protect the rights of those in the United States, even if they're not citizens. There's a varying degree of how much you will be protected and what your due process, what process you are actually due. We don't extend that to jihadis or ISIS or Soleimani. So if you are Abdul Rahman al-Awlaki, a 16-year-old American citizen, and you're eating dinner in Yemen, Barack Obama has no right to murder you, which he did. And this is, in my view, because he was the son of Anwar al-Awlaki, a terrorist. I think the message Obama was trying to send to the world is that if you speak against us, we'll murder your children. Anwar al-Awlaki was a jihadi. He was an American, though. He was in a foreign country. I believe he was in Yemen. Barack Obama had no right to murder him. American citizens are afforded protections anywhere they are in the world. You can't just murder Americans. Here's where things get tricky. What if that American is running towards American troops with a machine gun? Okay, well, that's self-defense. Like, we understand, you could be in America. Obama ordered a drone strike to kill a guy, arguing he's an enemy combatant. He doesn't deserve trial. No, he has to get trial. So the issue I see is we don't extend the same rights to our enemy combatants and adversaries around the world. Why would we do the same? Why would we do the inverse for the domestic enemy? I hate to say the word enemy, but when you have far leftists firebombing vehicles and smashing them up and destroying things, why would I defend their protests, defend their free speech, or defend their moral worldview when they don't do it to me?
Because you can defend their free speech while also seeing them convicted for the crimes they commit.
I'm not going to engage in a war over a moral worldview and the future of my country, where I extend privileges and benefits to those who seek to kill me.
Well, those aren't privileges and benefits. Those are the rules by which society operates.
I would agree with 83% of Americans that Abraham Lincoln is the greatest president we've ever had. When you ask them who the greatest president was, that's who. And you know the funny thing about Abraham Lincoln was? He arrested a large portion of the Maryland legislature because they were sympathetic to the Confederacy. He created a corridor that abolished or suspended habeas corpus between Pennsylvania and Washington, D.C., so that he could arrest anyone without charge or trial. That's what Abraham Lincoln did to preserve this union and stomp out moral evil in the Confederacy. And
What did he get rewarded with? He was killed. When you step out of line and you do something against the establishment, people get, they get killed. Trump stood outside of the establishment, went against the establishment. They tried to have him killed. JFK, what happened to him? The same thing. Every president that's stepped out of line a little bit has had to course correct. And if they say something, even if they get elected on those things that they say, they can't always do it once they get in, right? So you have to play by the rules once you're inside. Any time there is, which I guess this goes back to the civil unrest thing at the beginning, right? So if it is civil unrest and there are revolts or riots, so there have been riots, but if there are revolts, then that's essentially what you're talking about. Well, what he's talking about, even the things that he was doing was technically revolting against a specific ideology within, right? So they kill the president that is going against their ideals. Now, this isn't to say that America was behind the assassination of Abraham Lincoln. To tell you the truth, I don't know exactly who was behind that, but JFK seems like the FBI was, and it um, seems like there were reasons for that, right? Because of his actions, because of what he was tied to, what he was doing, what his accomplishments were would have been potentially, because he had more things that he would have done. I'm almost positive. So
we love him for it.
So
So
I don't think 83% of Americans love him for doing that.
no, but they don't know better.
They don't know about that, I would imagine.
And so if you, and this is the conundrum of our principle, our view that we are principled individuals. When you go into, if you go to someone and say, would you support if right now states,
sadly, it's not even just that. It's not just the Abraham Lincoln thing. It's most of our culture, most of um, our history, anyway. Americans don't understand, and there is a reason why other countries dislike America so much, or they call us stupid. They call us stupid because we do not get educated in the way that other countries get educated, especially in history and um, in well, history most of all, right? I think more people from other countries know more about our history than we know of our own history. And most people here do not know anything of any history outside of America because I don't know about now, but whenever I was a kid, we were taught that it was essentially we're in America, we're the best country, and like we don't need to know about that. Now, luckily, I am just the type of person that just wants to know everything, asks questions about everything, questions literally everything. Even if I get the answer, I still want to make sure. I still want to double check. And I've always been curious about other countries. And I do think that most Americans, well, I know most Americans do not leave America. They do not travel. They do not do most of anything that would even get them into the mindset of another country. And I think that if everyone from America were to take a trip, just pick a place, take a trip, and get out of America for just even a 2 week period, I think it's got to be at least 2 weeks. Go out there for 2 weeks and just, that's a good way to decompress too. Just decompress everything and just have a true vacation and see how a different part of the world works and see how like how it operates, how the day-to-day life goes. It's so much slower paced in most places of the world. I'm pretty sure there are other places that are equally as bustling. And it could be that I'm from Houston. I mean, Houston is a big city. There are places around Houston that are not that big, but Houston as a city is pretty big, and it's got a lot going on. So whenever you leave from here and go to Japan or the Philippines, and you see how they live, and you see how just slow everything is. I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean like they just don't take every. It's not as quick paced over here. You're going after something, and as soon as you get it, you need something else because it's already out of date. You're already behind. You you can never catch up. And over there in some of those places, maybe Japan not as much, but Japan is just an experience. But in the Philippines for sure, it's because everything felt so slow in a good way. Like you could just walk somewhere. You didn't feel like you were rushed to get anywhere. Um, and yeah, it's vacation, so you don't have to think of anything else. But that's not the point. The point is to get out of America and see something beyond that isn't just what we have, and think of that as the normal. I think that that's also a bad mindset to think that this is normal. This is not normal, and I think that's also why certain people from other countries will see this as greatness when we ourselves do not. And there are people inside America that have been born in America that are uh, multi-generations that just have complete disrespect for America. And there's people that want to come here that can't get here, so they do have to use illegal means to get over here, maybe. And these are the people that Trump is sending back. And some of those people that came over here, maybe they do have more of an American mindset than the Americans that were born here. And in that case, that's worse because I'd rather switch them out, switch out somebody with one of these negative anti-American mindsets with one of these people that were illegal, if they truly have an American mindset. The issue is finding people with that American mindset. It's kind of dwindling, even outside of America. It's not 100%. Like it's not everybody wants to come over here. Um, it never will be. It never will be that. If you could have one mindset like that, an American type mindset, and it could be around the world. If you even had 30%, that would be a massive amount. That would be like literally a religion. It would be a religion. If you could bump that to 50%, you could literally have a network of people that believe the same way, operating on different rules than the rest of the world. And you would never have to change anything. You would never have to change the government. You would never have to change the rules that are in place by that government. You could just live by your own throughout those rules. And you would basically enter in a cheat code, you know? It's just a food for thought.
Started arming up in support of Donald Trump and in defiance of the courts and the judges, would you support a Democratic individual suspending the Constitution to shut down Trump? You'd find a mixed bag among liberals. Like, oh, I no, that's terrible. If how about this? If Donald Trump tried to steal the presidency on January 6th, would you support Joe Biden sending in the National Guard to shut down Donald Trump and arrest anybody on those Capitol grounds with or without evidence to stop the insurrection? They're probably going to say yes. People might tell you they don't like what Abraham Lincoln did, but they're more than happy to tell you how much they love the results. And so the question then becomes, do we play this game of, for PR reasons, I'm going to pretend like Abraham Lincoln was the bad guy? Or do we say, in times of war, a wartime president makes difficult decisions which are outside what our principles purport to be?
But we're not in the time of war.
And it's also as well, Tim. No, we're not.
So when
Tim, can I just make a point? And this
we are in
is
time of war.
Right. Okay.
It's true. I mean, it's true that we are in at least that mindset. We're in that mindset of war. We're in that hostility. It's in the air. It's everywhere. It's permeating from anything. Everything is political right now here in America. Every single topic is political. They've divided everything. They want us to fight against each other for literally everything. Like I said, even race, and I don't even think racism is an actual thing right now. I think there are plenty of examples that go against that mindset. The people that believe that that's still a thing, and okay, not that it's completely erased. There's still going to be people that say things. If somebody says a joke, then that's not racism. If somebody says, points out a stereotypical thing that is true, most stereotypes are true, that's not racism. If somebody, even if somebody doesn't hire you because you are black or white or whatever, that's not even racism. If they're viewing it based off the job, maybe they're doing it based off the area. Maybe there's a reason why they didn't do it, and their reason, if it is a racist one, then that could be true. But for the most part, I don't even think that people. I don't think that people default think that way. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's naive. Maybe, um, yeah, maybe that is naive. I don't know. But and then some people will probably say it's because I'm white and I don't know. That's the dumbest answer. That's the lowest form of intellectual answer that you could give to, and it's stupid, and it doesn't breed good conversation. You could find out different ways as to why, right? You could figure out why it is that way. Maybe you're in a location that that just isn't suited for that. I don't know. I don't know what the answer would be, but you could talk things out more than just say, oh, it's because you are this, and yet again, you don't have a say in it. Yet again, restricting freedom of speech because of a certain color, but you don't have the authority to speak on. That's also just really bad. It's a bad form of discussion. This is why I don't like most debates online because they just end up being hostile for no reason. There's not even really a reason to be hostile. Even with with abortion, which I think is a hard one to talk about, people get so defensive because they're like, well, this is my stance. And a lot of the time, their stance, it just means that there's no way to argue with your stance. Like, they're never going to budge, so what's the point in talking to somebody that has no mindset that's able to come up with better ideas? That means that you're never going to come up with a better idea. If you will not budge from something, if you can't view it from another angle, then okay, speak your opinion. And a lot of the time, people that want to debate, um, some people, the good debaters, will come up with angles to try to just poke holes in your theory. And those debaters are also good, but sometimes they can be hostile as well. The issue with that is if you have a stance that's so strong that you can't budge, your opinions ultimately mean nothing because you will never have an opinion that will be a solution because your solution is unmovable. So nothing anybody says will matter. So the whole debate is mostly pointless. It's it's kind of sad when current day what you see online is a lot of debate and it is a lot of these topics, but it's a lot of people talking in circles or saying the same points over and over. And even if they are good points, they never refine them to make them more important or more understandable. They still just drill in the same points. Some of these shows, some of these red pill shows, and some of these any show that is kind of like that. Once you start getting into those red pill topics, they start kind of becoming the same topics over and over, just the same points over and over. And sometimes you see one that's like, oh, that's a really good point, but the people that you're speaking to, people that you have audience with, you're bringing them on to dunk on them. Yet again, it's the culture, and I understand it. But at the same time, if you were to bring some of those points to people uh, that have opinions about that, instead of just like dunking on these people that are not even understanding what they're there for, it's you could come up with reasons to to implement these ideas to people in a more constructive manner, I think. And maybe some of these people that go on those shows, maybe you do turn a few, right? I think you probably do. I think you probably have repeat people that come on and maybe they do uh, change a little bit, but it seems like you probably reach people more if you came up with ideas and then you had people question even the ideas that you have that are good. I don't know. We need to refine stuff to a point where more people can grasp it, right? To find all of the angles, to look at a certain subject within a certain way that allows people to be okay with the negative things or the positive things that can happen with even, let's say, abortion, to have it be something where it's like, okay, where do we both agree? Because it can't be one or the other. It can't be absolutely none, and it can't be just anything. There has to be a way to talk this out to make it better. And I guess, the way that America works, you have the right to do it. And then if the state decides no, then that's, I guess, how you have to maybe find another state, I guess, if they outlaw it. And I think Texas did outlaw it. I didn't look to make sure exactly how they outlawed it. But either way, we'll see how all of this plays out.
We'll come to that in a second. When the government takes away rights, it is very difficult, if not almost impossible, for you to get them back. Can we just agree that?
Yes.
So you are willing to give up rights in this society for the government to then come in and then enact against the enemies?
When have humans ever not done that? Give me one example. One.
In civilized society.
Not true. In World War II, the United States implemented the U.S. Office of Censorship and banned people from
obviously, it's interesting that you say this, because all anti-Ukraine people in America keep calling Zelensky a dictator for having martial law, which is in line with the Ukrainian constitution, and not having an election like the UK didn't
he
have.
declared it, and the Constitution says that he can declare it and Congress can uphold it. There's an argument that he can overturn it.
Well, but my point is...
But I agree, in a time of war, presidents do crazy things.
But you are stretching the definition of war way beyond its remit.
No, I'm not. It's called fifth and sixth generational warfare. So we have technological advances in conflict, and they alter how we perceive what war is. If you go back to the earliest days, what is the purpose of a conflict? Why do wars happen? Sometimes they're silly. You don't believe in the same God as me, so you must be destroyed. I mean, these are largely silly, but they have to do with cultural cohesion, so they come from somewhere, from an evolutionary psychological perspective. But typically, it's resource conflict. Resource is the principal driver. I do think it's absolutely hilarious that the East India Trading Company engaged in warfare that resulted in the death of 50,000 people because black peppercorn was a delicacy, was a luxury in Europe and the UK. But typically, it's, I don't have enough food or water, and I will take it, and my people will not die. I don't care how I have to get it. And it's the same thing you see at the root level with a man who steals bread because his family is hungry or whatever. We still frown upon it. So the generations of warfare, they evolve. We see the advents of new technologies and new methodologies in warfare all the time. If the purpose of warfare is to secure control of a population so you can control its resources, a tendency for that reason, sometimes it's, my God is better than your God, and your people must adhere to my worldview and my beliefs. So in the United States, we are going through, and this is not my opinion, this is academics who have assessed what warfare is. You get to fourth and fifth generational warfare, and now sixth. Which people are going to argue it as we form these ideas in academia, six may change. But fourth and fifth have to do with online political manipulations of influence technologies, and use of insurgency. Today, it's fair to say that we are in a kinetic conflict. Civil strife began several years ago in the United States. Civil strife is not civil war, but there are many people dying. One of the easiest examples, of course, is Aaron Danielson took 2 bullets to the chest from a far leftist Michael Reinhold with a communist tattoo on his neck for no reason. And now we have the swattings of conservatives and the firebombings of Tesla facilities for the specific goal of destroying a company for political reasons, for which now Tesla stock has gone down. Partially, it's not the only reason. And we've seen Tesla evicted from the Vancouver Auto Show out of fear of terror attacks. This is war. Now, it may not be full-blown hot kinetic conflict, but when you have the arrest of Donald Trump's lawyers, we are dealing with administrative warfare, which is a degree of administrative conflict, which we don't see.
Which brings us to the point of China. When China takes over a place. Apparently, now they're in war with Taiwan right now. They already took over Hong Kong, which I guess England decided to give. The Queen of England, before she passed away, she gave it to China, which I don't really think was a good thing, but whatever, she did it. And then you have China now at war with Taiwan and wanting to take over Taiwan. Now, what ends up happening with that is they have brought people into America to learn our laws, study our laws, develop our laws, create our laws. And I don't know if they're going to do any attacks on Taiwan, but apparently, from what I've been reading, is that they will try to take over Taiwan through legal means. So, what he's talking about right now with legal stuff happening in America, if that's not considered war, then I don't know what is. If you could actually take over another country through legal means solely, and I don't know if that failed or not, because I'm hearing more stirrings with China and Taiwan again. If that ends up happening, um, then maybe they couldn't do it legally. I'm not entirely sure. But from what I've been hearing is that they're going to try to do it all through the legal system. And if that happens, that I think might be the first time that that's happened. I'm not sure. But if it flips and it just becomes China based off of laws, then yeah, this would be a form of war that we haven't actually encountered before. This has nothing to do with bullets. It has to do with the laws that are written and how they could actually own you through just laws, which is almost more scary because you would have no way to defend against it. Not really. And if everything in our law system, which our laws are not necessarily that good, and if you actually want to get into religion, whenever, uh, like Jesus, the message that Jesus had, in my opinion, is not that of what Christian belief is, but not entirely. He basically even didn't want laws. He preached against laws. Um, he preached against even organized religion to a certain extent. Not completely, but he preached against it. He preached against certain ideas within organized religion, and he did preach against laws, even though he stated that whatever was owed to them, you still give it to them, right? He still was okay with it. It's just that the laws restrict things that are rights, that are human rights. And I think, for the most part, if Jesus were alive and he were in America, he would probably be more in line with what American views were, more so than anything else. I mean, because you got to think that was the Roman Empire that he was around, and they are also the ones that killed him, and they are also the ones that started the Catholic Church. So, conflict of interest much.
In previous times based on communications technologies. If you go back several hundred years, how do I secure control of a population? I occupy their street corners with weapons, and my weapons are better than yours. You've got clubs, I've got pointy sticks with metal on them. Eventually, we have airstrikes, air raids, howitzers, nuclear artillery, and machine guns. I send my guys into your country, they stand in the street corner, you do as you're told. The people are mad about it, they might fight back. Today, it's actually really easy. I will flood your community with information that terrifies you as to what is true and what is not, so you are occupied. Notably, we saw the use of sock puppets in the Arab Spring, largely in Libya, where, based on a report from Project PM, the United States Air Force was purchasing from private security contractors sock puppet social media accounts. One individual would operate 50 fake social media accounts to create the public perception that the overthrowing of Gaddafi was the right thing to do. The Americans then supported airstrikes and the collapse of the Libyan government, which I think is largely a horrifying thing. Not that I much care for Libya, but now you have the North African slave trade reigniting and militias blowing each other up. Why did Americans support it? Because fifth generational warfare was waged on the American people to make them feel like they were under occupation, figuratively, but in a sense, literally as well. Why put a man on a street corner with a machine gun when you can simply inundate them with fake accounts to convince them you must do this or else? So what we end up with is the era of cancel culture and those bending the knee quite literally to an ideology. Did most people agree with intersectional feminism and woke ideology? Of course not. It's a minority. Why did so many people let it happen? Because they feared that there was some group that would come after them and destroy them. They feared that they were under occupation, that the institutions are controlled. I will lose my job. I will lose my livelihood. My bank will freeze my accounts. My social media will remove me from society. I have no choice but to live this way, even though I don't like it. That is war, but it's changed. And they want you to believe that you're not fighting a war. But as the faction of bureaucrats and powerful elites who have been running these companies have been engaging in this war, they've become increasingly more desperate as we, those of us who believe in more Enlightenment principles and have opposed this, have started to break through and shift dramatically to the point where Donald Trump actually was able to win. Now we have desperation, and desperation begets more hot conflict. This is why I believe we may be on the back end of this conflict. We may be coming off of it. But the idea that, to go back to, a wartime action from a president, I'd put it this way. What does that mean in today's context? Am I arguing that Donald Trump should go round people up without charge or trial? Absolutely not. That should never happen. Trump he jokingly said, but probably only half jokingly, the people who are firebombing Teslas, maybe they can spend 20 years in an El Salvador in prison, which I hear are not so good. Mr. President, I do not appreciate you entertaining violating the Eighth Amendment. American citizens who commit crimes go to American jails, and they should be treated with dignity and respect, even if we despise them. So I don't appreciate those jokes. And if it comes to that, and he actually tries sending American citizens to El Salvador, I will be opposed in every form that I can. And it's going to be interesting if it gets to that degree. That being said, what it comes to an actual wartime president in Trump is, when Trump issues a legal order, executive order, saying, we will not have these people in our military, I'm the commander in chief, he's allowed to do it. If a judge tries to stop him in this administrative conflict, Donald Trump, I believe, is obligated to say, I have heard the ruling from the court, now try and enforce it, which is a play on Andrew Jackson's famous quote when the Supreme Court ruled against him. In the conflict we are in,
this guy wasn't the Supreme Court. There's a whole legal process yet to go through, which is part of the American process. Now, I appreciate what you're saying, but it just sounds to me like you're redefining wars to give yourself more power, which is what every dictator has always done in history, which is to say, the situation's so bad, I need extra power to deal with this.
Is Abraham Lincoln a dictator?
Well, look.
Yes or no?
We are not in a war situation.
Is Abraham Lincoln a dictator?
We are not in a war situation.
Yeah, was Abraham Lincoln a dictator?
We are not in a war situation, is the point.
Okay, you are right. I'll just say you're right. Okay, now, is Abraham Lincoln a dictator?
So, look.
Yes or no?
Tim, the theoretical examples you give...
It's not a theoretic, it's American history.
Fine, but it's not related to the current moment, which is what we're talking about.
So in the context of...
let me just lay out the argument that you made. If I represent it incorrectly, you tell me. The core of your argument that you're making, right, is that because we are in a fourth, fifth, sixth generational warfare situation, a different set of rules ought to apply. It's a wartime, therefore, just like you can apply martial law, just like you can suspend this or that or whatever, right? And the point I'm making to you is this is the argument that every dictator in history has made. Now, I don't know American history as well as you, and maybe the point that you make about Abraham Lincoln is relevant in some way, but what I'm saying to you is something completely different, which is we're not in a war.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Was Abraham Lincoln a dictator, yes or no?
I don't know.
You don't. If a leader suspended the right to due process for all peoples, is that a dictatorial move?
It depends on the context. So,
like right now, if Trump said, I'm suspending the constitutional rights and due process for far-left terrorists.
Look, I'm not a legal scholar. That seems pretty extreme to me. Yeah.
What if Donald Trump decided he was going to arrest half of the Washington state body because they were voting in favor of groups that were attacking Tesla facilities?
What does that mean, voting in favor of?
So let's say in their state body, someone proposes a bill that they will not arrest nor provide any assistance to any individual in their state who's caught firebombing Tesla facilities or other right-aligned institutions. The state will not enforce the law against them, nor will they aid federal law enforcement.
Yeah, I don't know what the answer to that question is legally, but my point to you is...
So this is the problem. If you don't know and you have no thoughts on the matter, then I don't know what we're arguing. You can simply say, Tim may be right, I don't know.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm taking the argument that you're making and interrogating it as I do with every other guest on the show. So what I'm saying to you is, you've made the claim that we're in the war in order to be able to justify suspending the rules applying equally to everybody. That's basically what you've done, right?
So
when I
it's
look
commensurate
outside
to the conflict.
when I look outside, I don't see a war that justifies that.
When you look outside in a largely liberal jurisdiction where everyone agrees with each other, you don't see anything justifying.
We've traveled around the United States plenty.
And
I have never seen anything that justifies instituting martial law in this country. No.
Firebombing of Tesla facilities, the shooting them up, the murder and killing of people for political
that should
purposes.
be dealt with through the criminal justice system.
So first, you are incorrect. I'm not arguing that the conflict we're in right now warrants anything close to what Abraham Lincoln did.
Okay. Well, you kept bringing him up. That's why I made that assumption.
Because I'm trying to understand what your philosophical and moral view is of a president who does such things at a time.
And what I'm saying to you is you can't compare a context
And I'm not.
Of a civil war with...
I'm asking you right now, based on the American Civil War and what was going on, was Abraham Lincoln a dictator for suspending habeas corpus and arresting politicians?
Which is sidestepping my point, which is right now...
I don't think you can answer the question.
I already did answer the question.
You're ignoring the question.
I answered the question by saying you know more about it than me. You remember that?
So do you want to say I don't know?
I already said that.
So you're not sure?
I've already said that. But what I'm saying is the example you're bringing up is not relevant to the current situation.
Should Donald Trump invoke the Insurrection Act and send U.S. Army into California, Oregon, and Washington to start hunting down and arresting the terrorist cells that are organizing these attacks?
No, I think the law enforcement can take care of that.
They're not doing it.
What do you mean they're not doing it?
Well, I mean, we've had far left terroristic cells operating with impunity in many of these jurisdictions. So let's take a look at the Chaz Chop, for instance. I mean, we know those people are. They're not in jail. Should Trump go and arrest them? Statute of limitations not expired on those.
I don't know how the American legal system works enough to answer that question, but should those people be arrested? Absolutely.
Okay, if the state law enforcement refuses to do so, should Trump invoke the Insurrection Act and go do it?
I don't know enough about the Insurrection Act.
The Insurrection Act is when Donald Trump can use National Guard or Army to enforce, I believe National Guard, to enforce laws if the local jurisdictions refuse to do so.
Well, on that definition, it seems like you should.
That's literally the Insurrection Act.
Well, if that's the definition, if the local law enforcement refuses to enforce the law, then that sounds right. But see, you keep throwing out these hypothetical examples, which I understand. From my point of view, what I'm saying to you is just taking the logic of your argument. I'm not arguing about the specific details. You're saying we're in war, therefore we should suspend the rules applying.
No, I'm not saying that.
Well, that is what you said.
I think you're misunderstanding what.
Perhaps
you're misunderstanding wartime, and you're believing that wartime means men are on a battlefield shooting at each other.
Okay, but that's exactly what I'm saying. You're saying wartime means people are spreading propaganda on social media. Therefore, if whoever I like is in charge, they've got to be able to act in a way.
I don't think he's saying just propaganda, but I think it's deeper than that. It's their actions and what they are doing, because propaganda can be used for anything. This goes back to what I was talking about before with manipulation. Manipulation can be good or bad. You can manipulate people into believing something as a government for the betterment of your people, if that's the case. Even during time of war, right? You can have propaganda for your people to inspire them to fight for your country. Even if you are forced to fight, it's still going to build morale, which is always a good thing, right? So manipulation isn't necessarily a good thing whenever you hear the word manipulation, but it's used in many different forms for both good and bad. What I think he's talking about is what I agree with. I think that the reason why we could be considered in a time of war is because of the actions that are happening. They're focusing and they're attacking things that are actual American morals. American morals, American ideology. And it's taking away from those ideologies, potentially, or other people's freedoms. And whenever you're doing that within the country itself, I don't know how else you could define that other than civil war. But like I said, maybe there's a different word. Maybe there's another way to explain it. Civil war is already an oxymoron comment. It's It's kind of dumb, right? It's a peaceful attack or peaceful revolt. Like it doesn't, yeah, it doesn't really even make sense to call it a civil war. Um, but if it's changing the way that Americans think and believe in order to, I guess the ultimate goal would be to change the American view and possibly the structure of America to allow for things that were more controlling. Like it would allow for a communistic rule or a socialistic rule. If it did that, if we did flip to that, then it would easily be considered a war. But if it flipped to that, there would never be any conflict, not technically any conflict. So to not call it a war before it happened would be short-sighted. So the fact that people can see this, and maybe not everybody can see it, but the fact that people can see it is enough to warrant the uh, the idea of a war happening right now. It's all just information based.
Way that currently isn't compliant with the law.
So
And I'm saying to
every
you, I don't
civilization
think
ever.
people spreading propaganda on social media
I
justifies
believe that
that.
your country is conquered, and it's because of your.
Yep. England is conquered. They've lost their right to say all this. They've lost their right to do all that. They let it happen, by the way. And with mindset like his, we would let that happen to us as well. England is already gone. I hope he continues on and talks about that more because these people are from England and they have lost their country. So for them to say that, or to not even see it happening for us, is even funnier because it's already happened to them. The same exact thing happened to them, sort of.
Your moral philosophies and ideologies, they are weak and they allow to be destroyed.
What do you mean by conquered?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you've got a large influx of non-citizens with psychotic, violent beliefs that are chopping people's heads off in the street. You're not allowed to talk about it, and without going to jail. You've got gangs that have been operating for decades.
Can't even say that word. And the thing is, that is true, and they deny them. They deny those things. There are, anyway, I don't know, just like this guy from England doesn't know our politics as much, and I wish I brushed up more on politics in America even more because even I am somewhat lost with this because I don't know everything 100%. I don't claim to know everything, but I would like to know more. I can follow most of it. And the stuff in England I don't understand, and I don't understand how it got so bad. But it's not funny. But I see now a lot of people commenting, a lot of people talking about the state of England, and they were the same people that were speaking about, oh, they had this PC mindset, kind of like what we had back in like 1999, of let these people be, let we don't want to anger people or hurt people's feelings and stuff like this, right? And eventually, it's going to erode. It's going to take whatever it is you believed in, whatever you held true, whatever you, whatever your beliefs and your ideologies are, it will take away because you will allow something based off of a feeling. If everything nowadays is feeling based, you're going to lose because nobody will always protect your feelings. But you have to protect your own feelings, essentially. But the government shouldn't protect your feelings. That's a personal thing because everybody's feelings are completely different. This is why whenever somebody says a joke, I could laugh. You could be up in arms. You could hate it because you had a personal experience, because you just don't find it funny, because the joke was crude or it was too dark. There is not a there are good jokes and bad jokes, and that's it. A well-crafted joke can be about any subject, period. And it doesn't matter how you feel about that joke. Someone can still find it funny. And a well-crafted joke, comedian that can craft a joke in the darkest of light is a good comedian and probably sees the world in a better view than someone that can't understand that joke. They probably see the world in a better light, even though that seems like a very dark light to be in.
I look at the UK and it's like you've got a political body threatening to extradite American citizens for us expressing our opinions on our own country. You can't have screwdrivers in public. The things that your country has done to its citizenry is shockingly insane to an American, and it's absurd that you have such a massive influx of a disparate ideology coming into your country and imposing its will on you, and you do nothing about it. And in fact, your government largely protects, supports, and votes for it. I mean, that's insane.
Hold on. Oh, no, wait, slow down.
No, he cooked right there. Yeah, he said probably better than what I've been saying. He said that, and I agree with all of that. I agree with everything he just said.
So first of all, there are lots of us who don't agree with what's happening and say so.
What are you doing about it?
Let me just answer your question.
Can't.
So there are lots of us who disagree and are voicing our opinions about it. I'm as concerned as you are about the fact that some people are visited by the police. I'm one of the most outspoken people in the UK about that. That's not to say that you can't express disagreement with what's happening and you will instantly go to prison.
Instantly, but a lot of people. I mean, people at was it Speaker's Corner or whatever? I'm not as familiar with the name of the location. Yeah. Getting arrested.
People getting arrested for speech is something that shouldn't be happening.
A woman who is standing outside of an abortion clinic with her eyes closed getting arrested.
What's your point? I've already said that there are lots of us who disagree.
What are you doing to stop that?
Well, there is a very large political movement that's organizing in exactly the same way that there's a political movement in this country against the
How did it get to that point in your country?
Overreach of the left. It got to the point because there are lots and lots of people who believe a lot of this progressive ideology in our country.
Do you think that at a certain point violence will break out between two different factions in your country?
Well, we've already had it, and I think it's credible that that could continue to be the case as these tensions brew. Absolutely.
So what it means?
It's kind of funny. It's funny that I just don't see how he doesn't see it. I don't see. We'll continue, but I just don't see how he doesn't see the irony that what's happening in England is the same thing that's happening here. Yet he's refuting what's happening here. Anyway.
Means to be a wartime president. The point I'm making is that Trump used commensurate actions against those who engaged the actions against him.
Okay, what I'm saying is Keir Starmer in our country during the riots could do the exact thing that you're demanding. He could say, well, look, these people are rioting, they're attacking the police. I need special powers to put these people in prison for tweets. That's the logic of your argument.
Every country ever has done this. And the view that you take is dictators do this. Abraham Lincoln wasn't a dictator. Abraham Lincoln was a president who saw actions that were seditious, and he took action. There was one man who thought Abraham Lincoln was a dictator.
So Keir Starmer should be able to put rioters in prison for tweets, then, on your logic.
Why would I agree with your moral worldview?
But you're saying
I'm on the other side of that.
Oh, I see. So if a right-wing Keir Starmer is in power, then he's allowed to put people in prison for tweets.
I didn't say people should go to prison for tweets ever.
No, but I
said wartime presidency.
Right. So if there are riots that are being promoted on social media.
So wait, you're saying that if an individual promotes riots on social media, they should go to jail?
No, that's what you're saying.
They should, yes.
Right.
Okay.
But only if the person in charge is right-wing. If the person in charge is left-wing.
Right. So I don't think your government should arrest people for posting their opinions on social media.
Okay.
If a person goes online and says, everyone meet up at this place, we're going to burn it all down, here's the address, you lock them up.
Well, I say that lock them up irrespective of who's in power and what their opinions
Agreed.
are. Whereas,
what do we disagree on?
I think what we're disagreeing on is you believe that if the situation's bad enough, a guy that you agree with politically should come in and suspend the rules by which we play the game of politics.
Give me any country ever where that's not been the case.
I don't understand what your point is.
Name any point in history when an executive in authority facing an emergency decided not to engage.
Oh, I don't disagree with that. What I'm disagreeing with you
Do you think that your country will be the exception that survives the conflict?
Tim, you got to let me finish my argument before you disagree with it. What I'm saying is you're extending.
This other guy, he's so quiet. I kind of wish he would chime in a little bit. I kind of want to know what he's thinking.
The definition of war, wartime, and emergency in order to suit your agenda is what it sounds like.
You are incorrect.
Okay, why am I incorrect?
Because I've already described fourth and fifth generational warfare, academic terms that describe a state of conflict in which a faction of people is trying to take power from.
Well, that's what we disagree about, right? What I see,
it's not an issue of disagreement. I'm giving you an academic statement as to
which I'm entitled to disagree with, right?
Sure.
When I travel around, whether it's Europe or the UK or America, I don't see a state of conflict.
You're just disagreeing with the definition.
Yes, exactly.
So for me, it's the easiest to use the American Civil War because it's what is attached to our history. Do you think in 1861 in September in Atlanta, people walked outside and were fighting each other?
Look, the American Civil War is clear and air expertise for you, which it isn't for me. I'm talking about what I see out here.
So let me try and explain to you what I'm saying.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Who are the belligerents in the American Civil War? Are you familiar?
Tim, did you hear what I just said?
This is why I'm asking you a question.
So what you're doing...
I'm genuinely trying to know if you know something so I can explain it to you.
And I just said it's an error.
He's getting upset about him trying to explain. I don't think that even Tim is coming across as belittling, but I think that this is what the guy is thinking. I think he's thinking he's being belittling. But this is what I'm talking about. At least they're both handling it well. This is becoming a bit of an argument, but they're able to talk it out. And if Tim is able to handle himself this collectively, that's way better than I could probably do in a situation like that. And he is speaking and trying to give him knowledge about it, and hopefully he allows him to, because he keeps wanting to prove a point while also not saying something at the same time. But we'll see.
Expertise for you, which it isn't for me.
So I assume most people know who the belligerents were in the American Civil War. It was the North and the South.
Yes.
You are aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. I was not trying to get you.
Okay.
I need to know if you know this, because if you don't, I would tell you it's the North and the South.
Okay, great.
The Confederacy and the Union.
Okay.
No one in the Confederacy walked outside and saw a conflict. No one in the Union walked outside and saw a conflict. The front line was Gettysburg.
Yes, but that doesn't prove that America's in a civil war now. There are lots of times when people walked outside and
I didn't say we were in a civil war. What? I said we were in a fourth and fifth generation of warfare.
You didn't say we're in a civil war.
I said, I don't. Yes, so let's go back in time. I said, I don't know if what happens now turns into a civil war.
Right.
I actually think it's probably less than 50%.
Yes.
I think we may be on the back end of whatever this conflict is.
Okay.
Fourth and fifth generational warfare does not mean a country is in a state of active war. And wartime presidential powers. This is why I tried saying several minutes ago, I don't think you understand what wartime presidential powers is a reference to.
Okay, maybe not.
It is the use of commensurate force against a force exerting power at you first. That is, when administrative powers in New York, Wisconsin, and Georgia begin arresting Trump's lawyers, which defies the Constitution and is outside of the legal code of the United States, right? That is dictatorial. Trump's response cannot be, I guess I have to let them happen. It must be, I must stop them from doing this. It is a violation of the Constitution, right?
Okay.
If there are two factions and one is violating the law, we should stop them.
Agreed.
What we are dealing with over the past 4 years.
The left is blatantly doing. They're blatantly undermining every single right that we have as an American citizen. Every single thing that they could possibly think of, they're doing. And they're labeling it as something else. I mean, if the swamp that Trump is trying to get rid of is that, and if the the machine that is our government is tainted by it. It's the left that's tainted. That's not to say that the right wasn't complicit in this. Okay. What I'm saying is the current MAGA movement that's following Trump, that Trump is controlling, or hopefully he's controlling, is trying its best to get everybody within the government together on the same page, in unison, to combat this. And that this has to be consistent. This has to persist for 20 years. There's a reason why I say 20. Could be 15, could be 20. There's a reason why I say 15 or 20. That'll have to be for a later video, but or maybe at the end of this. If there's anything, because we need a generation to understand how bad it is. So that means that there can't be a Democratic party elected for the next 20 years. If it is that bad, maybe it gets fixed. Maybe it gets fixed after Trump and it won't matter. But I kind of don't see that happening.
Is forces aligned with what we would call the Democratic Party, the liberals, whatever you want to say, the bureaucratic state, the deep state, have violated the Constitution in numerous ways. This is what I refer to as fourth and fifth and sixth generational warfare. Warfare does not mean kinetic conflict.
Okay, so okay, now I understand the argument. Perhaps we were talking at cross purposes. So what you're saying is what they've done over the last 4 years is unconstitutional and wrong, and therefore it justifies what?
Trump using commensurate forces to stop the unconstitutional.
What's commensurate forces?
The Insurrection Act.
I mean, and what would that, again?
Donald Trump can call upon the National Guard to go into California, Portland, and Oregon and arrest Antifa. The states aren't doing it.
Right.
He can have the Fed start doing it, which they've done a little bit. If the states refuse to enforce, or immigration law, for instance, and I think immigration law is another point of advanced warfare, Trump should invoke the Insurrection Act to utilize the powers he has to the greatest degree to start enforcing a law that is not being done locally as he is allowed under the presidency. If I were to say Trump should go arrest the attorneys general from 3 states, would that be dictatorial?
I don't know enough about it.
The attorneys general are the head of law enforcement for each state.
Yeah, I know what an attorney general is, but I don't know what the context would be in American. You're clearly much better versed. Right, my job is just to ask you to try and understand what you're saying.
My point is that if Donald Trump were to do so, he'd be called a dictator for arresting top politicians in these states.
Yeah.
But in 3 states, the attorneys general have violated the Constitution and targeted innocent individuals in ways that is shocking to the American psyche. However, largely on the Democrat side, they're in favor of it regardless. These are people who clapped and cheered when Jordan Klepper on The Daily Show showed images of terror attacks. He literally called them acts of domestic terror, and they clapped and cheered for it.
Yeah.
Are we supposed to just say Trump should carry on as normal? No, Trump's going to have to use what we would describe as wartime president. Again, let's clarify these points. There are various forms of warfare. There's psychological warfare. Warfare can be waged without a declaration of war. Civil warfare can happen without there being an active civil conflict or extended conflict. You can get limited warfare. That's what Kissinger referred to. And what we're dealing with right now is fourth and fifth and entering a new generation of warfare, which what people would argue is sixth. Fourth generational warfare is insurgency. That's what we've been seeing with Antifa on the far left. The purpose of fourth generational warfare is to make you scared to live a certain way. Vancouver canceled, evicted Tesla from the auto show out of fear of firebombs and shootings. That's the purpose of fourth generational warfare. Should Donald Trump simply say, we do nothing? Now, to be fair, that's Canada. But I'm saying in the United States where Tesla chargers and dealerships have been vandalized, shot up, and
the only question for me, I think the only thing that we might be disagreeing about is one thing and one thing only, which is, let's say that Donald Trump and his team and his people for the next 4 years do a reverse of what the left has been doing based on your description, which is they violate the Constitution, they fail to enforce it in some areas, etc. Would you then be happy for whoever is the Democrat president after that to do the things that you are now advocating that President Trump does? That's the only question.
I think that is a naive question.
Because?
That doesn't entertain the realities of history and everything that's ever happened. I would be unhappy with literally any amoral degenerate enforcing whatever laws that support amoral degeneracy. It doesn't matter.
No, I'm talking about the Constitution.
So here's the issue.
If the right violates the Constitution. This is why I explained
morals versus principles first.
Yeah.
If I said we must uphold the right of parents to make medical decisions for their children, that is a power I have granted to Donald Trump to stop the mutilation of children.
Yes.
These school districts and these doctors that are taking kids away from their parents because the kids think they're trans and they're being groomed online, we must stop this. However,
and thinking that, I mean, there's a period in time where you're still trying to figure yourself out. So to violate that and to manipulate that is disgusting. You know, there are people that are legitimately born that way, that believe they are in a different body. Those people, they deserve help, you know? They deserve it, and hopefully they can get it, and hopefully they live a better life. This can be tied to many things, right? And this is another mental health thing that we need to be more aware of and understand more about it. And I think that if you are legitimately transgender, then yeah, I don't think that anybody's hating you for that. I think where it's coming from is what he's talking about, which is where they are promoting this type of mindset, and then the technology of the medical advances that we have, they've gotten to a point where we can achieve some of this stuff. So these ideas are being forced upon children to make them think that the thoughts that they're having are accurate to a belief that isn't technically a reality. Not even for them. I don't think that they even think they are. I think that they might have believed they are because they were taught at an early age. This is where belief comes in. This is where patriotism comes in. Whenever you erode patriotism, you no longer have it in your country, and we have been having it eroded for the past 60 years. And or maybe, right? Maybe even more, who knows? But and in order to rebuild that, you need to rebuild that another 20 years. You need to rebuild it. But if you are able to take people's mind and twist it, manipulate it into thinking certain things at an early age, you can either get them to be patriotic to your cause, you can get them to turn from their patriotism to another cause. Same with the belief. You can raise somebody Christian and then turn them to Muslim, or vice versa, or whatever, from anything. There's ways to manipulate people and their beliefs. Now, that can take some time to do that, but if you throw a big enough net out in the world, and those mindsets start adapting, other people start kind of getting that bleeding heart, that whole PC culture of, well, we got to be respectful, we got to care about their feelings, and then that's the slippery slope where you don't care enough to actually protect a child because you want them to have their freedom. It's very strange. Now, this might sound anti-trans, but it's not even anti-trans, it's just anti-manipulation. It's complete manipulation. Anyway.
However, that same principle empowers Democrats to take the children away from parents who are protecting their kids from gender
identity. So that sounds like a
identity.
no to me. You wouldn't support a Democrat president enforcing the Constitution in the way that you want Donald Trump to do.
The reason why I answered the way I did is not to avoid the question, but to point out that the average person would not understand what yes or no means morally if I were to give a simplistic answer.
Well, look, the point you're making is the left has violated the Constitution, therefore Donald Trump needs to invoke the Insurrection Act in order to.
Let me slow down. Let me slow you down there. My argument is an administrative war has begun as of 2015. When they accused Donald Trump of being a Russian spy, they accused the front runner for the Republican Party of being a traitor to his nation, for which the penalty is death, sought to impeach and imprison him, and obstructed an entire presidential administration. They arrested several people in his sphere who did nothing wrong. They destroyed the lives of people like Carter Page and Michael Flynn, who did nothing wrong. This is, I'm sorry, but for everything they accused Trump of doing, they started. Trump's response can't be.
The key point is he said 2015. See, I thought he was making the point that it started in COVID. 2015 makes more sense. That would have been 10 years ago. I think it was maybe a little bit before that, obviously, but if that's the point where he's going with, that makes sense. And it's kind of like the same thing that happened with the Russia-Ukraine war. That was started in 2013, but everybody only talks about the initial invasion, right? They only talk about the boots on the ground type, which maybe there were other things happening, but it started in 2013. I don't know the full story. I just know that it for sure happened beforehand because there's a band called Ginger that has a song called Home Back that was out before the war even broke out, probably a year or so before the war even broke out. So the fact that people are saying that it's been going on for 2 or 3 years, it's been going on for a lot longer than that, but people don't pay attention and people don't understand. So this all goes back to awareness. Most people do not have awareness. They just listen to whatever's on the news, and the news isn't always up to date, nor is it accurate.
We don't arrest politicians. It's not what we do in America. No, they've already been doing that. We need investigations of Adam Schiff, the J6 committee. We need investigations of Letitia James. We need of Wisconsin and Atlanta, who arrested lawyers. Both of these states arrested lawyers.
Well, if anyone's broken the law, of course they should be investigated. But I'm asking you a very different question, and I think it speaks to the core of our disagreement, which is the question is: do you want the Constitution to be enforced irrespective of who's in power? Do you not? And it's really as simple as that, right?
No.
Because?
This is why I started the conversation with the discussion of morals versus principles.
No, I understand that.
The idea, so when I asked you what free speech meant.
Yes.
The Constitution does not and never did protect free speech. Now, the structure of the Constitution outside of the Bill of Rights, I largely respect, which lays out the 3 branches of governments, the powers they have, and I agree with. I don't want that to be dismantled. However, at the advent of the Bill of Rights, you couldn't blaspheme or swear in public. In fact, you couldn't swear in public in the 1970s. Free speech was never protected. The question you're asking me is, do I want my moral worldview of today to be protected and upheld? And would I be upset if another person came in and tried to destroy it? But that happens all the time, no matter what. So it's not a question of, if I say, Donald Trump, please protect my moral worldview, would I be upset if someone who opposed my worldview got in power? Well, of course I would. I was upset when Joe Biden won the election and opposed my moral worldview. The question is the degrees of power which we are using to use to preserve our world. The Democrats, for a long period of time, have been destroying this country. And it wasn't always the Democrats. The Republicans were on board until Trump came in. The MAGA movement and the populist movements of the left and the right, which have some overlap.
This is exactly what I was talking about. It doesn't matter left or right. Both of them have been complicit the entire time. The machine of America was operating smoothly for a very long time, and both sides were good enough with one another to allow it to happen.
Largely diverged from what we had in our 2-party system. When the borders were opened up and you had industrialists allowing millions of non-citizens to come into this country for the purpose of GDP growth to adhere to some ridiculous modern monetary theory, the country was being destroyed. We opposed this. What did we do? We used commensurate power as was used against us. And what was that? Protests, conversations, podcasts, and elections. Then we got Donald Trump being accused of being a spy. They tried to destroy his life. There has been no commensurate response on the right. Donald Trump then lost an election based on, one, largely many of his own failings, and an inability to understand the laws that were being implemented. The Democrats in several states violated the Constitution by allowing judges and executives to overrule state legislatures' elections, which violates, I believe, Article 1 of the Constitution, which states that elections shall be determined by the legislatures, not judges or executives. When Texas petitioned the Supreme Court in Texas v. Pennsylvania in 2020 to overrule these states that were in violation of the Constitution, the Supreme Court said, we will not hear it. Why? The Supreme Court is largely afraid that if it becomes exposed culturally, they have no enforcement mechanism, the country falls apart. And the best thing they can do in questions of this intensity is to stay out of them, which they've continually done, proving the Supreme Court to be largely impotent. There has still not been commensurate action from the right as to what the left has been doing. The flooding of this country with, I'm going to give the low estimate of 10 million non-citizens given preferred access, given protected status, or given money in places like New York. This erodes the foundation of what our ancestors built for us and what we intended to pass down to our children. Gen Z can't afford houses, as you already stated. The American dream is dead for them. Yet in New York, non-citizens are given luxury hotels and PlayStations. This is a betrayal of the American people. All Donald Trump has done so far is what the Constitution allows. Coming from a rather classical liberal or civil libertarian view, growing up in the United States, I feel that it's evolved once you start to learn from history and you look at warfare, civil wars. What I see now is the establishment and the institutions, which have been run by what we would call the deep state or the uniparty, whatever, for 30 years, have violated the Constitution every which way imaginable over the past 10 years, to which the right has not responded in any commensurate force. I do not want a president to violate our Constitution. I do not want anyone to do so, but it's been done. Some have argued it's been done quite a bit by many presidents throughout history. The issue now is that it actually threatens the fabric of, quote unquote, our democracy. I think it's time that Donald Trump and the administration, I believe they actually are doing this, begin to enforce the law against political forces, attorneys general, and those who violated the Constitution. The challenge there is that this is what I refer to as a wartime president. If Donald Trump were to arrest attorneys general who violated the law, and they have, if he were to go after the politicians, the Democrat personalities who lied and advanced what I would refer to as a criminal conspiracy or seditious conspiracy, he will be accused by the other faction of being a dictator, which will result in an escalation of force from their side, of which I don't view there's an off-ramp. I hope that these factions have largely lost power and they're waning, and that the arrest and prosecution of those who have committed crimes that we can prove would avert any kind of great crisis. In the event that this escalates into actual kinetic conflict, which it kind of already is at the civil strife level, I mean, the Tesla attacks, the shootings, etc., and for a decade plus, you will then see commensurate force from the alternate factions against each other, from the two factions against each other. The reason I bring up Abraham Lincoln is when the South decided to secede illegally from the Union, Abraham Lincoln arrested the state legislature, large portions of it, from Maryland, because they were engaged in seditious conspiracy in support of the Confederacy. There was a man who called him a tyrant for doing so, and it was John Wilkes Booth, and thus the tyrant, sic semper tyrannis. Of course, the people who oppose the actions of those who win will always accuse them of violating the law, the Constitution, or otherwise. It is history. Ulysses S. Grant wrote a great letter after the Civil War, explaining all peoples have a right to defy those who rule over them, but when you lose, you will be ruled over by your superiors. If it comes to great conflict, which was not brought by the right, moderates, post-liberals, or otherwise conservatives, then I hope they win. And I hope they do what must be done to win, to preserve what we view as our moral worldview. The left we would describe in this country is engaged in violence and doesn't share that moral worldview. And I believe they're poised to accelerate and escalate this conflict. I just hope it doesn't actually get there.
Well, so do I. But why do you think they're poised to accelerate?
I would actually say there's no evidence to suggest they would de-escalate. There's no indicators of de-escalation. In fact, we've only seen them cheering on and calling for more violence. After the killing of Luigi Mangione, Bill Burr, the comedian, prominent liberal, he said billionaires should be put down like dogs. He then said free Luigi several times, and he continues to attack the wealthy and advocate for murder. Jimmy Kimmel and Stephen Colbert mocked the terror attacks. Some interpreted that as a permission or a call for more or social acceptance. Jordan Klepper on The Daily Show played several clips of terror attacks against Tesla facilities, which include public shootings, mass shootings, and the audience cheered for it, to which he responded, wow, you guys like petty acts of domestic violence. I'm sorry, of domestic terrorism, not violence. These people are publicly cheering for more. They're going online and saying, do it. There's viral videos across TikTok, Instagram, and X where people say, do it, and you know what I mean. One woman recently got a visit from the feds because she said, it will be me, I'm going to. None of them have said what it is, but everyone knows what it is.
Well, that's why these people need to be dealt with through the criminal justice system quickly. And as you say, they need to be given, you know, the proper sentences for the crimes that they're committing. Right?
The list of people you are asking to have put in prison is so large it would overwhelm our prison system.
Yeah, far too many people, and far too many common people. It's not even just people of power that are doing it. This is what I was talking about. If you have a mindset or a view and you say it and people do it, they think that what they're doing is right. And this can bleed down to the common people. This has nothing to do with someone in power doing that. If someone in power did it, you could easily take out the head, you could arrest that one person, and then the followers dissipate. They have nobody to go on. This is an ideology that is not considered anything, although Bill Maher did call it a religion. And I think Tim kind of referenced it being a religion or a cult. A cult is a religion, in my opinion, so it's the same type of thing. So whenever you relate wokeness to a religion, then it doesn't have to be one person that says it, just as Christianity is Christianity. You have 50,000 different denominations, so if you have one of them that's a little bit outspoken or a little bit more hostile, nobody's going to really blink an eye, and it's still under the veil of Christianity. So with woke, there is no actual leader in it, which is why I think they can get around some of these things, right? The same thing with Antifa. They kept saying that it's not an organized group, but if everything technically is an ideology, if an ideology is all of these things at once, a religion, a cult, a government, a movement, any of this stuff, if it's just an ideology, then technically the laws are wrong, which means that the laws are not even upholding anything of importance. And then that also is why Jesus' original message, non-Christian belief, non-organized religion belief, none of the other stuff, his actual message was basically anti-laws and rules by governments and even certain organized religious beliefs and teachings.
Well, then maybe you're going to have to build more prisons, but
Or send them to El Salvador.
well, well, you, like you said yourself, you don't want that. Anyway, run out of time. Great to have you on. Good to have the conversation. What's the one thing we're not talking about that we should be?
Before Tim answers a final question at the end of the interview, make sure to head over to our Substack. The link is in the description.
It was actually really good. I kind of like these guys. I wish he said more. I feel like he kind of just didn't want to get into the debate. Maybe he didn't feel like he was going to add more to it, which is probably for the better, maybe, if he didn't. But I kind of wish he said more.
Where you'll be able to see this.
What concerns, if any, do you have of the current management of Twitter/X and potential free speech risks on there?
Why has no one been able to create a viable competitor to YouTube? What constitutes America first?
What's the one thing we're not talking about that we should be?
The United States has passed a series of laws that make it illegal for individuals to take work on an individual basis. We call these Uber laws. Started in California. The state was concerned about losing tax revenue to gig services. So they banned individuals from working as independent contractors up to a certain amount of contracts or products. West Virginia, this has deeply affected me, has outright banned independent contracting. This means you are either the employee of a corporation or a corporation. 34 states in this country have done so. The end result of this is that your children will one day say, Dad, I'm broke. And the only response you will have for them is, have you considered applying at Amazon? You won't be able to rake your neighbor's lawn. You won't be able to sell lemonade. They've made that illegal. There are, again, 34 states that have variations of this law on the books. This is one of the largest steps taken in you will live in the pod and you will eat the bugs, and no one's talking about it.
That's crazy. All right. Head on
Dun dun dun. That's scary, right? That's really scary.
over to Substack, where we'll put your questions to Tim Pool.
Does Tim have any thoughts as to why Russia were apparently willing to pay such a relatively large amount of money via Tenet Media to fund his podcast, albeit unknowingly to Tim himself?
Oh, okay. So they had more interesting stuff. All right. Well, that was very good. One of the things that I kept mentioning, and I'll have to switch it here. Is another video, and it's very short, but I want to put this at the end to kind of emphasize some of the stuff that he was talking about, that Tim was talking about. In this video, Yuri Bezmenov, this right here. I'll just let it play.
The Soviets used the phrase ideological subversion. What do they mean?
Ideological subversion is the process which is legitimate, overt, and open. You can see it with your own eyes. All you have to do, all American mass media has to do, is to unplug their bananas from their ears, open up their eyes, and they can see it. There is no mystery. There is nothing to do with espionage. I know that espionage intelligence gathering looks more romantic. It sells more deodorants through the advertising, probably. That's why your Hollywood producers are so crazy about James Bond type of thrillers. But in reality, the main emphasis of the KGB is not in the area of intelligence at all. According to my opinion and opinion of many defectors of my caliber, only about 15% of time, money, and manpower is spent on espionage as such. The other 85% is a slow process which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change...
See, this is what I was talking about before. Now, this video is from 1984, and if what Tim was talking about has actually come to a head, let's say in 2015, like he was saying, if that's whenever it came to a head, this started in 1984. So that's a pretty good amount of time. He says in this it takes anywhere from 2 to 3 generations, and a generation is anywhere from 15 to 20 years. So if it takes 3, and if you even go to the maximum amount, they say 60 years. I mean, it's been going on for a while. We just never saw the point until recently. So if that point was 2015, it's been going on for 10 years and people are still denying it.
Change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country. It's a great brainwashing process which goes very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate 1 generation of students in the country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism, American patriotism. The result you can see, most of the people who graduated in the 60s, dropouts or half-baked intellectuals, are now occupying the positions of power in the government, civil service, business, mass media, educational system. You are stuck with them. You cannot get rid of them. They are contaminated. They are programmed to think and react to certain stimuli in a certain pattern. You cannot change their mind, even if you expose them to authentic information, even if you prove that white is white and black is black. You still cannot change the basic perception and the logic of behavior. In other words, these people, the process of demoralization is complete and irreversible. To get rid society of these people, you need another 20 or 15 years to educate a new generation of patriotically minded and common sense people who would be acting in favor and in the interests of the United States society.
And yet these people who've been programmed and, as you say, in place, and
Yes.
who are favorable to an opening with the Soviet concept, these are the very people who would be marked for extermination in this country?
Most of them, yes. Simply because the psychological shock when they will see in future what the beautiful society of equality and social justice means in practice, obviously they will revolt. They will be very unhappy, frustrated people. And the Marxist-Leninist regime does not tolerate these people. Obviously they will join the links of dissenters, dissidents. Unlike in present United States, there will be no place for dissent in future Marxist-Leninist America. Here you can get popular like Daniel Ellsberg and filthy rich like Jane Fonda for being dissident, for criticizing your Pentagon. In future, these people will be simply squashed like cockroaches. Nobody is going to pay them nothing for their beautiful, noble ideas of equality. This they don't understand, and it will be a greatest shock for them, of course. The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. For the last 25 years, actually it's overfulfilled, because demoralization now reaches such areas where previously not even Comrade Andropov and all his experts would even dream of such a tremendous success. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans, thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before, exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp, he will refuse to believe it until he is going to receive a kick in his fat bottom. When a military boot crashes then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization. So basically America is stuck with demoralization, and unless, even if you start right now, here, this minute, you start educating new generation of Americans, it will still take you 15 to 20 years to turn the tide of ideological perception of reality back to normalcy and patriotism. The next stage is destabilization. This time, subverter does not care about your ideas and the patterns of your consumption. Whether you eat junk food and get fat and flabby, it doesn't matter anymore. This time, and it takes only from 2 to 5 years to destabilize a nation, what matters is essentials: economy, foreign relations, defense systems. And you can see it quite clearly that in some areas, in such sensitive areas as defense and economy, the influence of Marxist-Leninist ideas in the United States is absolutely fantastic. I could never believe it 14 years ago when I landed in this part of the world, that the process will go that fast. The next stage, of course, is crisis. It may take only up to 6 weeks to bring a country to the verge of crisis. You can see it in Central America now. And after crisis, with a violent change of power, structure, and economy, you have so-called the period of normalization. It may last indefinitely. Normalization is a cynical expression, borrowed from Soviet propaganda. When the Soviet tanks moved into Czechoslovakia in '68, Comrade Brezhnev said, now the situation in brotherly Czechoslovakia is normalized. This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all these schmucks to bring the country to crisis, to promise people all kind of goodies and the paradise on earth, to destabilize your economy, to eliminate the principle of free market competition, and to put a big brother government in Washington, D.C., with benevolent dictators like Walter Mondale, who will promise lots of things, never mind whether the promises are fulfillable or not. He will go to Moscow to kiss the bottoms of new generation of Soviet assassins, never mind. He will create false illusions that the situation is under control. Situation is not under control. Situation is disgustingly out of control. Most of the American politicians, media, and educational system trains another generation of people who think they are living at a peacetime. False. United States is in the state of war, undeclared total war against the basic principles and the foundations of this system. And the initiator of this war is not Comrade Andropov, of course. It's the system. However ridiculous it may sound, the world communist system, or
It's what Tim was talking about as the deep state. That's what it would be. And he was talking about how the left and the right were both part of it. They were both complicit. So that still means that even though Trump is in office and is trying to make MAGA something that can persist for the next 15 to 20 years to do this very thing, to build patriotism back up, it doesn't mean that there aren't people within the right that aren't going to be bad actors. It doesn't mean that there aren't people on the left that are still trying to fight for what's good. In fact, this is going to be something that's ongoing for the next 20 years. And we'll have to hope that they pull it off, because to have another 15 to 20 years of what we had would destroy everything that America stands for. And I don't think that anybody in the world wants that.
Or the world communist conspiracy, whether I scare some people or not, I don't give a hoot. If you are not scared by now, nothing can scare you. But you don't have to be paranoid about it. What actually happens now, that unlike myself, you have literally several years to live on unless the United States wake up. The time bomb is ticking. With every second, the disaster is coming closer and closer. Unlike myself, you will have nowhere to defect to, unless you want to live in Antarctica with penguins. This is it. This is the last country of freedom and possibility.
Okay, so what do we do? What is your recommendation to the American people?
Well, the immediate thing that comes to my mind is, of course, there must be a very strong national effort to educate people in the spirit of real patriotism, number one. Number two, to explain them the real danger of socialist, communist, whatever, welfare state, big brother government. If people will fail to grasp the impending danger of that development, nothing ever can help United States. You may kiss goodbye to your freedom, including freedoms to homosexuals, to prison inmate. All this freedom will vanish, evaporate in 5 seconds, including your precious lives. The second thing, the moment at least part of United States population is convinced that the danger is real, they have to force their government. And I'm not talking about sending letters, signing petitions, and all this beautiful, noble activity. I'm talking about forcing United States government to stop aiding communism. Because there is no other problem more burning and urgent than to stop the Soviet military-industrial complex from destroying whatever is left of the free world. And it is very easy to do. No credits, no technology, no money, no political or diplomatic recognition, and of course no such idiocy as grain deals to USSR. The Soviet people, 270 millions of Soviets, will be eternally thankful to you if you stop aiding a bunch of murderers who sit now in Kremlin and whom President Reagan respectfully calls government. They do not govern anything, least of all such complexity as the Soviet economy. So basic, two very simple, maybe too simplistic answers or solutions, but nevertheless, they are the only solutions. Educate yourself, understand what's going on around you. You are not living at the time of peace. You are in a state of war, and you have precious little time to save yourself. You don't have much time, especially if you are talking about young generation. There's not much time left for convulsions to the beautiful disco music. Very soon it will go, just overnight. If we are talking about capitalists or wealthy businessmen, I think they are selling the rope on which they will hang very soon. If they don't stop, if they cannot curb their unsettled desire for profit, and if they keep on trading with the monster of the Soviet communism, they are going to hang very soon. And they will pray to be killed, but unfortunately they will be sent to Alaska probably to manage industry of slaves. It's simplistic. I know it sounds unpleasant. I know Americans don't like to listen to things which are unpleasant. But I have defected not to tell you the stories about such idiocy as microfilm, James Bond type espionage. This is garbage. You don't need any espionage anymore. I have come to talk about survival. It's a question of survival of this system. You may ask me, what is it in for me? Survival, obviously, because unlike, as I said, I am now in your boat. If we sing together, we'll sing beautifully together. There is no other place on this planet to defect to.
So, and that's kind of my thought process on it, is that if what he's talking about is true, there are some people that have called him out saying that he's not correct. But if he is correct, then we need another 15 to 20 years to correct this. And maybe there are enough people that they didn't really drink all the Kool-Aid, and maybe there have been things in place for the past 10 to 15 years to rebuild that type of patriotism again. Who knows? But now that Trump is in for his second term, it has to be now with nothing interfering. And then we have to get rid of at least that mindset that's in our government. But that involves everybody paying attention to the government, paying attention to all of the things that are coming out, the things that are being done. And hopefully everything can work out. But I think that's going to do it for me today. And hopefully everybody enjoyed this. And hopefully all of the sound issues and things that I have can be sorted out eventually. As of right now, this is what I have to deal with. And I don't know if you can hear the fans in the background. Hopefully that's not taking over the sound. But I enjoyed this video. I enjoyed trigonometry, and I'll have to watch more of that eventually. I liked it. That'll be it for me. I'll see you next time.